Good morning. Oh, wow. David Crosby died? We're all get we're all getting older, unfortunately. Yeah. Good morning. Hopefully this world will change because I tell you what, it's getting a lot worse for our kids. David Crosby, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, the Birds passed away. Okay. So, futures are higher. I do want to buy some Netflix. Similar to the thoughts with Boeing. I'd like to see more of what Netflix has planned and a base. I'm not going to chase it. I like to be out of a stock before earnings. I see you guys played some options last night. Okay, let's see. This morning, Tesla's up to trading 129.35. Got some of those 130 calls left. Might take those off. Love to see Tesla continue this morning. Good morning, everyone. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 20th. 6.5 hours to go to the closing bell, plus a little bit. Okay, let's see. Netflix earnings. What's Boeing doing? Boeing. I would like to see Boeing consolidate a bit more. Okay, I'd like to see Boeing consolidate a little bit more. It based for 3 weeks here after it broke out of this cup, formed a handle, a 3-week tight pattern, and then took off to the upside. Okay, so yesterday we left off. SPY was on a sell signal on the 60-minute and the 5-minute short time frames was on a sell signal. So we'll look for that signal to flip today. Still need to get above 390. That's a big level, 390. Futures are up a buck. SPY's up a buck. Nothing's really changed with support and resistance. Resistance a little bit higher at 39.50 on the S&P 500 and 38.70 is support. But 4,000 remains as resistance above that. Applied volatility, VIX. All right, so we'll just have to wait. It's a Friday anyway, so I don't do a lot on a Friday as usual. Well, first 15 minutes, we'll take profits off the table and then reassess the markets after that. Around 10 o'clock, we'll look for trends, high relative volume compared to the previous day at 10 o'clock. That'll tell us whether or not a stock's in play. If you got 2 or 3 or greater R-vol compared to the previous day, same time, and prices above VWAP with a upward sloping VWAP, we're looking for positive or bullish trades. Below VWAP with a bearish sloping It needs to have a slope, sloping VWAP. For bearish trades, if you have a flat VWAP, expect range-bound action. Just look at your ATR. You'll get an idea where we might stay between. Average true range, ATR. Flat VWAP, go on to the next trade. If you're looking for momentum, you need to see a upward sloping or downward sloping VWAP. Paramount is up 30 cents. It pulled back a little bit yesterday. Past 2 days, it pulled back. Paramount, looking for Paramount to follow through. That might be a trade. What's Meta doing? Meta. Where'd you go? Meta? Oh, there you are. Okay, Meta's off. Meta's flat. Tesla's up 250. I'd like to see Tesla above 130. Qualcomm is up 92 cents. It faded yesterday after about 3 o'clock. Qualcomm, I'd like to see semis in play today. We'd like to maybe take some profits off in the semis. NVIDIA is up $2.74, trading at 170. That's a resistance level. If you check Money Magic's updates, NVIDIA. Oh. NVIDIA, you got 170 and 175. So if it gets above 170, you could see 175. A sustained move above 170. We're at 170.12. We're up $2.50 on NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA today. That's a possible trade. Potential trades. VWAP. Okay, so we'll watch NVIDIA for potential trade. Let me just put that on the screen here. So follow NVIDIA. Pre-market is pushing higher. Okay, technically, NVIDIA will go on a buy signal. Pre-market right here, starting to push. Okay, what time? We got 3 minutes left to go. 3 minutes left to go. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, looking for a trade on NVIDIA this morning. NVIDIA. Okay, here's pre-market action. We're pushing higher. We're technically starting to trigger short-term buy signals. 5 minute. Okay, today is Friday the 20th. We've got less than a minute to go. Get ready for the opening bell. Okay, we had Fed's Harker speaking at 9. And U.S. existing home sales are at 10 o'clock. So that's really the only big thing today. Aside from Walker speaking today, Fed's Walker, and then Baker Hughes rig count at 1 o'clock. All right, so not much on the news today. It's a Friday. Get ready for the opening bell. Seconds away. Okay, let's see if we can't get something going here on NVIDIA. Okay. SPY right out of the gate. A little bit of profit taking. A little profit taking. All right, Qualcomm on the move. Meta fading. Meta fading. It's off 70 cents. NVIDIA has some resistance here, 170. All right, nothing but selling right now. Selling Apple, selling Meta, selling NVIDIA, Netflix gapping up. I'd like to buy some Netflix. I'll wait for it to base a bit. All right, Google. Google's holding up. Google is right at the 200-day moving average. Google, NVIDIA fading more. Google. Okay, it's above the 50-day, gap up. Wouldn't be surprised to see a fade. So far, it's holding up fairly well. Google. Watch Google. All right, so some selling here on volume. That 390 level is resistance. Okay, so Google, watching Google here. SPY still fading. 390 is a major level. NVIDIA, technically on a buy signal, looking for follow through. First 15 minutes, pretty obvious today. They were selling right into the opening bell. We get any kind of follow through, watch for VIX, the dollar, the 10-year to fade. Give us a setup. Fridays especially, no big hurry. You want to wait for the markets. If there's going to be any kind of trend, we'll be able to discern that. The dollar's up. It pushed up to 102.50. Still been in a fade, the dollar. Dino is trying to break out. Dino from yesterday. All right, NVIDIA fading now. Okay. SPY. VIX taking off to the upside. Algo's taking care of imbalances. First 15 minutes of the day. No hurry. All right. MRO. MRO. All right. It's holding right now. It's early. Marathon oil. You're looking at oil stocks. Okay. If it stays above the 21 day, 21 day is at 27.14. Okay, it's early. MRO is chopping around. Watch for VWAP to start sloping higher. Need to see relative volume higher than yesterday as well. If we get volume higher than yesterday at this time, I don't expect it on a Friday, but you never know. Let's see what some of the energy stocks are doing. Energy, fading out. Energy. All right, energy's flat. USO, crude oil. Crude oil is flat. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft, let's see, moving higher here. Microsoft. It's higher this morning. Microsoft. Watch Microsoft here. All right, Microsoft. All right, so we filled the gap this morning. Came down to 388.50. Okay, Microsoft looks pretty good. Microsoft's on a buy signal. Okay, Microsoft looks good here. It's starting to move. It's on a buy signal, 2 and 5 minute. However, the daily is below the moving averages, so we need to see price get above the 21 day. There may be a shot for Microsoft today. Let's see, there's news on Microsoft. Google is laying off 12,000 people. Google laying off 12,000. Google is actually bullish. Google is bullish. Unfortunately, when you reduce your SG&A, you reduce your overhead, that goes right to the bottom line. And Google's pushing higher. Google laying off 12,000. Google's parent, Alphabet, is cutting about 12,000 jobs or 6% of its workforce. While it still has a pretty decent workforce. It said in a staff memo Friday as the technology sector reels from layoffs and companies stake their futures on artificial intelligence. Alphabet's shares were up, blah, 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 blah. That looks good there. All right, I bought some shares of Google. I'll buy more on dips from here for now, down to about, it gapped up Google, so just be careful. You might want to just wait. Okay, I could wait too. All right, so, but it gapped up. Okay, it could come back to 92.50. Could come back to 92.50. I'm okay with that. It's 9 and 21 day are turning the corner. So that looks good. Microsoft still going. Microsoft, let's see. I think I have Microsoft shares, right? Yes, I have Microsoft shares. And I have Microsoft 240 calls. I have to check my notes why I bought those. February 17th. All right, should be a slow morning. All right. All right, we got a nice reversal after a gap fill. Okay, so Google looks good, Microsoft looks good. All right. OPEX. We got monthly OPEX. Thank you, Bill. Third Friday of the month. All right, Microsoft still pushing. Google looks good. Microsoft looks good. Okay, I'm going to switch to Trading View. Okay, you can see Microsoft's on a buy signal. Okay, we're about to trigger buy signal on the 60-minute. Okay, you can see, you'll watch here, we'll get a buy signal if we push through this area right here. That red line is what I'm looking at. Microsoft looks good. Let's see. Microsoft looking good. We'll watch Microsoft for a few minutes. Did I not post the link for today? And thought I did. No, I didn't. Okay, let me post that in the. Microsoft, Google, Apple, Netflix, high relative volume being acknowledged by Grover and many others. I bought 5,000 shares just to track it, see how this plays out today. Okay, so uh, some of the trading rules on trading view. Okay, so with super trend, what you're looking for is reversals. Okay, so you can see the trend changes from red to green, back to red, back to green. The short-term signals like 2 and 5 minutes are very noisy. So generally I'm looking for a 60-minute continuation. I do know what the daily looks like with Microsoft, the daily on Microsoft. We do have high relative volume, so that's a good sign. The previous couple of weeks, Microsoft has seen a lot of accumulation. If you were paying attention to Microsoft, the first 2 weeks of January, we had about, let's see, about 250 million shares traded hands first 2 weeks of January. Into this week, we had a little bit of selling for 2 days, and then today it's starting to pick up again. Grover noting that Microsoft, Google, Apple, and Netflix all have high relative volume. Netflix. Okay, so those are the leaders. They're seeing high relative volume. Netflix looks like it wants to keep going, right? I sold shares just before earnings yesterday. Even if it does gap up, I don't feel bad that I took profits. I've been in Netflix for a while. We had a nice move higher in Netflix back in, what was it, July? We moved above the 50-day and we started trending. It was at $190, the first entry on Netflix, according to my notes, 190, and currently is trading at $342. Okay, Google still going here. Google looks good. I noticed I made a mistake on Google yesterday. I meant to buy 10 calls. I bought one. That's the second time in a month. Need to change the defaults in Schwab. Okay, but that's okay. It's still a profit. Profit's a profit. Google still going. All right, Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla. Yes. Tesla's on the move. Meta looks good. Meta looks good. I'll probably add to Meta. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add to Meta. Very strong action here. I'm going to buy some more shares of Meta. Okay, let's take a look. Microsoft trying to break above over here at that level, 236.70. Kind of about to trigger a buy signal. Okay, all right, we just triggered a buy signal. Microsoft just triggered a buy signal. So all of these big cap tech names are getting bought. Big cap tech. Okay, big cap tech's getting bought. Microsoft still going. Google looking very good. Tesla going. All right, looks good. Looks good. Like I said yesterday, if all of these stocks are moving higher, hard to hold the index back. S&P equal weight index. All right. Google's still going. Meta still going here. Added to Meta. Looking for Microsoft to break above that 236.60. Tesla going. There goes Tesla. Good job, Tesla. All right, let me take a look at Google here. All right, Google on a buy signal. Okay, you can see the buy signal was over there on the 9th. You can see Google was over there on the 9th. Over there on the 9th. Okay. So Google, very nice turn for the better. Meta.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
Okay. Tesla, full on bullish. Tesla. Okay, nice follow through. Tesla with a nice follow through. Alphabet looking good. SPY back up to 390. Need to get above 390 and press it. As long as the big cap tech stocks up top 15 stocks are rallying, anticipate a follow through. Okay, Google, a little bit overbought here. Microsoft. All right, flagging at the moment. Okay, Apple looking for a follow through. Get a little profit taking. Some profit taking at 390. Okay, I take some early winnings off the table. SPY, we got a little bit of profit taking here. Let's see if we can't. You got an early sell signal on Google here at the high. All right, watch for this to come back. Get about another entry on it. Okay, the sell signal on the 5 minute here on the left side would occur right there at 96.20. I'm using defaults, by the way. All of these are using defaults. ATR I have set to 2. And that trails price action. So if it drops below that green line, it'll issue a sell signal. Looking for these stocks to follow through today. and for SPY to get above 390. Still very early. Microsoft fading a bit. Okay, let us not forget about the Chinese stocks. They were strong yesterday. FXI following through. FXI from yesterday. China stocks. Chinese stocks in play. Let's take a look at some of them. Let's take a look at Alibaba. Okay, Alibaba currently on it says a sell signal, but we haven't crossed that green line yet, so that's erroneous right there. Buy signal, it's just telling me how many. Okay, buy signal. Once this moves above the red line over here, we get the buy signal. Same thing with the 60-minute. We moved above the red line right there. That's a stop for shorts or a long for a bullish trade for longs on a 60-minute. Watching that. All right, Meta. Meta. I just added some shares on Meta. Still on a buy signal. Meta. Okay. So Meta, you can see that downward sloping red line on the left, right there. Once we reverse through that, that was a confirmation on the buy signal reversal here, that tweezer. You've got buy signal on the 60-minute. We pushed through that red line. We talked about that. Now, these are intraday signals. So what I'd like to see is the 4-hour. Let me change this to the 4-hour on the right. Okay, 4-hour is on a buy signal. So that tells me the daily's already on a buy signal. Daily. Okay, the daily's been on a buy signal. Notice it's all green. Okay, trailing stop is right below price. 124 would be a reversal signal. Trailing stop is right there at 133. 134, right around 134. So it's about $3 stop on that one. On Meta, going. All right, so you got quite a few good setups here. Okay, so Netflix is higher today. It's up $24. Consolidating, it'll probably hold here for a little while, kill some theta. If it takes off, that means that institutions don't give a shit. That they're just gonna keep buying. Excuse the French. My mother used to always say, "A lazy mind curses," or "Someone who curses has a lazy mind." Whatever the saying was, she has. But I'm an ex-sailor. Sailors are notorious for their vocabulary. Their vocabulary. Okay. All right. So it's a good day so far. Don't let it run against you. Don't let any of these green signals turn to red. Right now, looks like we're going to follow through. All right. The 95 call on Google did very well. Okay, let's see what the option flow looks like. Option flow so far looking pretty good. Tesla, Marvell, Roku. We're seeing some Roku calls coming through. SPY, Alibaba. Lots of flow in the Chinese name. There goes Tesla. Tesla going. Okay, so let's go back to Microsoft. Microsoft. We're looking for Microsoft. You can see the daily is below that red line. and a little bit of a reversal here for now. So we'll move along here. Meta is doing the best, along with Tesla. Now let's follow Tesla for a few minutes. I got some Tesla calls I'd like to unload. Tesla. All right, the daily is close to a buy signal. You see that on the right? The daily is on close to a buy signal. It gets above 140. That would be a continuation buy. Here's the 4-hour. 4-hour is on a buy signal.
High took alert plus 800.
Buy dips only, folks. Okay. We do have these buy signals, but we're not buying the high of the day. We have to be patient and buy these pullbacks. If you do buy up here, be ready to get stopped out on the cross below the low of the previous candle. All right, we got a lot of stuff getting bought here. So the big cap tech is really obviously getting bought. Very much so. Okay, let's take a look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA on a buy. Okay, you see that red line over there coming from sell? That red line's dropping. The first few green candles that push through that give you that buy signal. Note the stochastic RSI in the bottom panel. I don't know why I lost my stochastic RSI here. All right, I'll get that later. All right, NVIDIA is on a buy. NVIDIA is on a buy as well. Let's see what the hourly looks like. Hourly. Yeah, it's intraday. All right, so currently on a sell signal on the hourly, 5 minutes going. So we need to get above 175. That's where most of the options are residing, 175. Tesla's still going here. All right, nice. All right, nice move above 390. All right, so we were looking for that move above 390. Is it the chicken or the egg? No pun intended there, Mondo. Chicken or the egg right now? The stocks in the index, or is it the index pulling all the stocks? I personally think it's the stocks that are in the index because they're all being bought right now. FXI looks good. FXI will add shares, FXI, and 31 calls for February. All right, I have the 31 call on FXI. I'll add to, not up here at the high, obviously, but on dips, right now we're on a follow-through signal. Okay, we're on a buy here this morning on the gap up. We move through that red line there. That issues the buy signal. Gap and go. Brother Bill likes to trade these gap and goes. You can see that's in my book as well. What you do is you put a stop underneath these candles. All right, just draw a trend line, or you could use an ATR stop like this script is using. That's trailing price on the 5-minute chart. The 60-minute on the right side, same thing, gapping up. It's giving you a buy signal when it gets above that red line. That was yesterday. FXI was a buy. Still following through. Check your individual names. Many of you are in a lot of these stocks, like EDU. I believe Astro's in EDU. Haha. Okay, Tesla, a little fade right there. McDonald's, Pinterest. Pinterest looks pretty interesting. Let me check out Pinterest. Pinterest, Joel, you're trading Pinterest, right? Pinterest. Okay, you can see it's been green. The line's green. So we're looking for a bullish follow through. This morning we dipped a little bit briefly on a sell and then turned back up, staying on a buy signal. Pinterest, Joel. Okay, let's take a look at this. The daily on, let's look at the 4-hour first. 4-hour is still on a buy signal. Shading is green. So instantly you know whether you're on the right side or not. Okay, it's good for risk management too, because as soon as this turns red, whatever time frame you're trading, you just take the sell signal. After you watch it for a few minutes, maybe. Pinterest still going. The daily's on the right side. Pinterest about to break out. Okay, so if you're just tuning in today, what we're talking about is Super Trend. It's a script I've been using for about 2 months now, testing it. I have over 100 trades. At this point, I think I have about 125. It was 100 to start the year, just using this signal. Some are short term. Now, what I would usually do is, all right, so let's say Pinterest is just starting to give you a buy signal, all right, on the left screen here, that's the 5-minute. So this is a new entry. Think it's a new entry, all right? So the example is this is a new entry. We just got a buy signal on Pinterest. So I wouldn't immediately just jump into 1,000 shares. I might buy 100 shares, thinking that if it follows through, I'll add to it another 100 shares, I'll double up. I'll move my stop. I'll keep my stop underneath using the 5-minute and then watching what's going on the daily. Generally, I would be looking at the 60 first. So if I was a new trade, I just started a trade on Pinterest, for example. It's 10:14 on Friday the 20th. You know, I don't do a whole lot on Fridays, but that said, I'd look at my 5-minute, I got a buy signal, and watch the 60-minute. 60 minutes been moving sideways for a few days. So I'd like to see that above 27.50. So for now, I just watch it the way it is. I'm watching for Microsoft as a new trade or a trade to a new entry. So I'd need to see the 60-minute get above that red line over there on the right. Watching the 5-minute for buy signal, staying above the green. Meta also. Okay, so I'm not really worried about this flag right now. It's still green. It's on a buy signal. I'm watching the 60-minute over here. It moved above that red line. It moved from a red sell to a green buy. So it's a reversal signal. Okay, Pinterest. Do I want to buy more shares of Pinterest? All right, Pinterest looks good. You know what? I'm not going to buy shares. I'm going to buy calls on Pinterest. I already have some 30 calls. I don't know why I bought that far out, but okay. Okay. Meta looks good. Meta following through. I added to shares already, so I won't do it yet. I'll wait for this follow through. Meta's looking really good. Okay, Meta still following through. Okay, so Meta's on a buy. So if I was buying Meta this morning on this buy signal at 136, I'd be up $2 already. Okay, I'd be up $2. The 60-minute triggering, that red line right there, that's a continuation on the buy signal from this morning. So 5-minute is my buy signal, 60-minute is my continuation signal, and then I just go up the line. All right, so I'll look at this. I'll look at the 4-hour chart. I'll note what I need for the 4-hour chart to give me a buy signal. It's already on a buy signal, so that's good. And the daily should be on a buy signal too. It is, and it has been since November. All right. So Meta continuation. Notice even on the flags, or this is really good for people who are always asking, should I sell now? Should I sell now? It all depends on your time frame. But if you're looking at the daily here, you can see this never gives a sell signal to the downside since November. So if you were trading Meta, I'm going to shift back to stock charts. All right. So if you were looking at Meta back in November, we first saw this starting to move back above the 90 MA, then the 21 day just went sideways, got above the 50 day. I usually like to see that threshold first because what it's telling me is on the left is your phase four. If you've read my book, phase four is the markdown. That's when institutions are no longer in positions and people just keep holding on to shares, hoping that it's going to reverse. Eventually, you get capitulation at some point. In this case, Meta had this capitulative move on extremely high volume. It gapped down, reversed, volume picked up on the other side. So very obvious when you're reading the charts, what is it telling you? You had this markdown period where price was below the 9, 21, and 50 day, kept dropping for months and months, all of 2022 until the end. And then we had this capitulative move. Then following the capitulative move, second week of November, the volume spoke of institutions picking up shares. Whenever you see that, follow a big day like this, watch for volume for institutions. In this case, a big cap tech name, advertising revenue being talked about. Yeah, that's fine. It could continue to move lower, but you know what? This is so cheap at this point. I don't even know what the PE is. You'd have to check it out. But I venture to say PE is much better here than it is over here at $384. So just logically, you'd be looking for institutions, right? You'd be looking for what institutions would be looking for, and you're looking for the evidence. All right. So for the last 3 months, last 9, 10 weeks, we've been seeing above average volume. Every now and then they'll add to it, but it's been trending now. So now we're starting phase two. Phase one was the accumulation. That's all that volume. Price moves generally sideways to slightly higher. Eventually, institutions have as much as they want, and prices start to accelerate. 921 50-day roll up. The important part here is that you have a pretty good, you have a high probability that you won't lose on this trade. Is it a guarantee? Absolutely not. But you have the 9 EMA 21 day for your stops. So if you bought today, my stop would be the low of the day. If you bought this week, the stop would be underneath the 9 EMA. Perhaps if it's a swing still, I'm in it for a few days like I am now. So This would have to do something stupid. Like I'd have to see a big red candle like this one here. Okay, or something like over here. But so far, this looks really good. And the volume's starting to pick up again. We had 26 million shares yesterday. We had 26 million shares trade on, or more, actually, it was about 27 million. So, all right, I'm spending enough time on Meta, but you get the point. Meta's looking very strong. Microsoft is trying to take that the high road. Microsoft watching Meta and Tesla. Okay, let's look at Tesla. Okay. Tesla making higher highs, higher lows. Meta looks good. Okay, Microsoft, Meta, Apple. So David Crosby died. I like the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Good harmonies, great music. Reminds me of the end of the Vietnam War period. Them and the Allman Brothers. Okay, Pinterest still rallying, following through. Dino. Dino is at the highs of the day. Dino having a good day. Dino follow through. Spy 380. Yes. Yeah, Nimesh. Also, you've got also above 390 gamma. Okay, Dino. Dino looking good. Dino. Astro mentioned it first. Dino, I believe, Astro, you mentioned it yesterday, right before lunch? Yeah, Southern Cross. I've been across the equator. Um, Met Nemo, Neptune, and his crew. Crossing the equator is a big deal for sailors. Dino, nice follow through. Beautiful, beautiful daily chart. That's what got my interest. You know, when you look at a chart, you should be able to pick out a bullish or a bearish trade setup with one look at the chart. Over here, you can see it was trending. Phase two. Now, when it dropped off, I would be immediately start thinking, okay, this is either going to be a markdown or a distribution. If they immediately start buying, that's important to note. Important to note that they immediately start buying after that dip down to the 200 day. Why is it important? Because it didn't just follow the normal path that you would see in a stock that's out of favor, like Meta, for example, where you had this extended period of no one was interested until it got to an area of value. Okay. And Meta, I believe I have a chart. Who was it yesterday I was looking at? Yesterday I was looking at value stocks that were okay. It was Meta. Okay, so here's what I was looking at on Meta. Okay, So with Meta, you can see we're in this extended downtrend, right? So that might not mean much to you. To me, it means number one, Meta fell out of share. Actually, I had a chart marked up yesterday with all my notes. All right, it's a Friday, so I'm not doing a whole lot anyway, but I just want to show you what I was my thinking. I think it's helpful for new traders especially. Okay, so over here you got phase on the left, far left, you've got markup. All right, so that's characterized by price above the 921.50 day, and on the weekly time frame, the 10 EMA is rising, price is above, mostly above. Then at some point, the stock or the company does something that institutions do not like getting into AI, changing their name, spending too much money, and it goes through a process of distribution. Now, institutions will most likely, if they've been long for a while, they'll try to hold it up if they can. They won't sell everything in one day. They'll sell over a period of days and weeks. Same as when they're buying. It takes days and weeks down here on the bottom right for them to enter positions. That's the accumulation phase. 921.50 day are moving sideways. The 10 EMA is flat to slightly higher. Once price gets firmly above the 10 EMA, as you can see on the far right, you start to look for the markup phase. Markup is when the way it sounds. Institutions are already in. They allow the shares to get marked up. They'll sell premium, whatever. It'll grind higher. But the big thing with Meta, let me just change this banner here real quick. The big thing with Meta is that it's trading at value now. Okay, look where price is relative to earnings. Okay, so the black line is price at the present time. This is a weekly chart going back all information back to when it started trading back in 2000 what 11. Meta earnings are growing at a 26% growth rate. EBITDA is growing at 26%. You can see an upward sloping line. Where's price? Way below that earnings line. So most of the time, stocks like this with Meta, you can see in the beginning stages between 2011 and 2015, price was above the earnings, so it was trading at a premium. Around 2017, this started moving sideways, trading at a discount. Now, was it immediately a buy? No, but there were periods where if you bought, you would have made money. Over time, price action rose into 2020, and then it started trending lower over the last few years. Right now, bottom line, you got 26% EBITDA growth. It's trading at an EBITDA price to EBITDA of 6.97% times versus what's normal is about 24 times. So
Hi, took alert plus 800.
that's one of the other reasons I'm buying Meta on dips and reasons why you might consider it for your portfolio too. You might want to check for it with your financial advisor. I am not a financial advisor. I can only tell you what I'm doing. I like Meta for the swing, and 2023 I'm thinking could be a lot better. So that's what I'm looking for. So I know that was an extended explanation, but that's what I look at when I'm thinking about trading a stock. Now I'll do that before I enter. I'll do the analysis before I enter. I usually will let you know what I'm looking at. I'll put it on the watch list. And we'll look for buy signals like we discussed with TradingView this morning. All right, SPY still going here. All right, good. Okay, Tesla's flagging right now. Tesla flagging, but it's still on a buy signal. As long as it doesn't trigger a stop, a trailing stop, should follow through. All right, let's look at Tesla. Tesla on the daily. Okay, this should be pretty obvious. Okay, so look at the volume, how it increased. Almost capitulation volume on the drop, right? Capitulation volume really picked up. Now remember the previous chart where I told you Meta, you had that capitulation volume into that low. Okay, see that very high volume on the low. Now what we look for with Tesla is the opposite. Okay, We're starting to see interspersed green days with red days, which is telling me it's not out of the woods yet. So if I were going to buy 1,000 shares of Tesla, I might have maybe 100 shares, or maybe if I wanted 100 in the money call option leaps or something like that for next year, or June or July or something like that. If I wanted 100 rather than having 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares, I would buy maybe 10 in the money call options, and I'd look for continuation. I'd be keeping an eye on the 4 hour and the 1 hour charts and looking to build a position. At some point, I'd probably take some of those options off and start buying shares, building a position. But what's obvious to me is that capitulation volume on the downside. Everybody got bearish. They were freaking out. They thought that Tesla was going to hell in a handbasket. Some people were saying it was $50 a share again. And the opposite started happening. Smart money started saying, you know what, this is too cheap. This company leads the EV group and will likely take market share, which is what they're talking about now, taking market share. And the idea of dropping price points for entry for buying a Tesla, I would be interested in a Tesla at a lower price point. Um, so people start buying. Institutions start buying. I would be more interested at 100 than I would at 1,000. Okay, let me look at Tesla from, and I know I've done an analysis of earnings on Tesla. Pretty sure Tesla's trading at a discount to earnings. All right, let me just see here. Tesla. Okay, so when you're thinking about swing trades, yeah, it's trading at a big discount to earnings. Holy crap. Jesus. Tesla normally trades at 148 times EBITDA, is trading at 20 times. Wow, that's freaking amazing. Earnings. So I would be interested in adding to positions on dips as Tesla continues to motor higher. The 50-day is the test for me, or if it gets to 20 above the 21-day, look at the volume by price bands over here. When it gets into this area, it should be a lot easier to trade, or it should accelerate, I should say. Let me rephrase that. When it gets above this area, this is that long, prolonged volume by price band is telling you, where's my base? Where's my most recent base? In this case, capitulation volume to the downside. We start basing, shown by volume by price, all the volume that happens here. You can see the green and red. It's mostly green, about maybe 55% green, 45% red, indicating that there's more buyers than sellers. And if we get above this area, the buyers, the bulls are going to win out because we'll probably start to accelerate into this area where there's less volume has traded, indicated by shorter histogram bars on the left. And we could accelerate towards the 50-day. If we get above the 50-day, that's where I'll start changing my strategy to, okay, maybe less options and maybe balance with options and shares. As we're watching RSI rising, the strength of the trend is improving over the last few weeks from way oversold, started to make a higher low. You see that first white candle right there at 101.81? Look at what RSI was doing. You've got a positive divergence or a bullish divergence. On that lower low, we had a higher low in RSI. Very important to see that. That's telling you that the majority of price action is building a bullish continuation. All right. Closing in the upper half of the daily range by design will turn stochastics up as well. Price action. All right. Enough of that. It's a Friday, so I generally talk a lot more about how I think, what you should look for, in my opinion. on Fridays because trades are a little slower. Watching SPY here. SPY looking pretty good. SPY moving above that 3,900, 390 level, 3,900 on the S&P. All right, so yesterday we were below the 50-day, right? Today we're just above the 50. No, we're not. We're just below the 50-day still. SPY is just above, right? SPY is just above. Yeah, SPY is just above the 50-day. Okay, so what does that tell you? All right, it's OPEX Friday for the month of January. Well, we will release some energy, some hedging impact on options pricing. We'll release today after the close, obviously. On Monday, dealers will and market makers will have new price action to hedge against. Maybe we get a follow through. The key here is we got to get back above the 200-day. So if you take price action and you look at this is workflow in my head. If you get price action starting to make high, what looks like a higher low, and breadth starts to improve. Okay, you can see breadth. Look, last week as we tested the 200-day, what happened? We got to the plus 30%, and then what happened? This week, past couple of days, we dropped. All right, breadth decelerated. We had fewer stocks participating. More stocks got sold. People freaked out. The market's very twitchy right now because we're still not really trending like we were over here in 2021. We're still fighting with that 200-day. So when I see the advanced decline drop like it is, by the way, am I boring everyone? If I'm talking too much about this, I'll move on to other topics like trades or whatever. But the markets are just sitting here at the highs, so I figured it's a good time. So if we're going to make a higher low on SPY and S&P 500, what are the probabilities that we're going to follow through? Well, you got to look at the components. You got to look at price, time, and volume. That's what LA's been talking about lately. If you've been paying attention to LA's jabbering in the room, he looks at price, time, and volume, right? So that plays into breadth, more stocks participating. We had an opportunity to reset by pulling back. Now we're starting to rise into today's action. We're seeing it in stocks like the big cap tech names. And this pullback is giving us an opportunity to follow through above the 200-day next week. We still need to close above 390 today. All right, what else? NIMO and NAMO, while it did hit 100, and sometimes we got more pullback than we wanted, the cycle is still up. That black line, the cycle is still up. You can see on previous cycles, we spent a lot of time above the zero line, like back here in June, July, August. Just because we hit 105 didn't mean the markets were going to a hell in a handbasket. The problem was we're still in a downtrend. So the cycle still went higher. We did have periods where we rallied and had an opportunity. That's what we're looking for right now. We have a red elder stick, so we have to respect that. And we need to get breadth to improve again. Another way of looking at breadth is through stocks themselves, the number of stocks above the 50-day, number of stocks above the 200-day, and removing the weight of these 15 big cap stocks, which are rallying, by the way. They're all seeing volume. We need to get back above that trend line. So if we do produce a higher low to end this week, look at the number of stocks above the 50-day. Move back to 50% from the overbought territory. So we're at the neutral zone. We are neutral at present time. We could still fade, or we could move higher, but we're not overbought. So that's giving us energy potential to follow through. Number of stocks above the 200-day. This is just subjective. This is red, but it's only about 57%. 58% of stocks above the 200-day. So there's still potential. We're not at 90%, for example, like we were back here in December on the 50-day. So that looks good. CCI is pulled back a little bit. So CCI could turn back up. The point is that we've reset all of our breadth indicators to a degree that if we do follow through, we have enough energy to break out and follow through. So now we need to see a higher high if this is a higher low. Okay, the stocks that were on buy signals this morning, like Microsoft, still trying very hard to get above this area. 21-day is resistance. If you look at Money Magic's grid of stocks, Microsoft has 235 and 237.50 as call wall resistance. 235, we're above that. So if we can push a little bit more and squeeze out of this area, we could see 237.50. 237.50, I imagine, is right near the 21-day, 236.46. So above the 21-day up to about 237.50, we could probably see a follow through in Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft needs to hold up here, in other words. All right, so we need to stay above VWAP. Looks like we're going to have a flat VWAP, so I'm not expecting a whole lot of momentum with Microsoft. So I wouldn't add to it unless we pull away from VWAP and starts an upward sloping price action, higher highs, higher lows. Okay, so that's Microsoft. Meta pulling back to VWAP. All right, so this morning I told you that it's on a buy signal, but you don't want to buy the high. You want to buy dips. So right now we're watching this dip on Meta for potential buy intraday. Meta. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so Tesla. Where is Tesla? All right, so we're watching Meta. Meta. Meta back to potential trigger on a stop, a short intraday. Meta. Come back to Meta in a second. All right, so here's Tesla. Look at price on Tesla. We just discussed Tesla. Look at earnings. Earnings rising. Looking very strong there. If you look at, if I switch screens here, you don't see what I'm looking at. We've got a normal PE of 500 times. That's crazy. Trading at 31 times. Let's see, price to sales on Tesla, price to sales, 50% growth potential in Tesla in sales, 50% growth rate. It's trading at 4 times sales versus a normal sales of 9.8. All right, so that looks good on Tesla. Meta just watching for a buy, intraday buy. Okay, SPY starting to show signs of a bounce here. SPY. Okay, VIX continues to drop off here. That's good for equities. Volatility. When VIX gets down below 19, if it stays down there for a long period of time, that's giving dealers less puts to hedge against. With everyone long puts, at some point, if the VIX stays down here below 19 for a prolonged period of time, dealers will have less to hedge against because people won't be interested in buying puts. So we'll have to watch for those two things. VIX to stay. All right, watching Meta is technically on a 2-minute sell signal. Back to VWAP. We're looking for buyers at VWAP. No buyers yet. We're dropping through VWAP. Redfin pushing a bit higher. Okay, let's see. Paramount bounced a little bit, no big deal. Qualcomm trying to turn back above. I'm watching SPY. Qualcomm trying to turn back above VWAP. A lot of these stocks are pulling back now that ran up in the morning. Watching Meta. Qualcomm, looking for that to get back above VWAP. Note VWAP was flat today. It was flat yesterday after about 12 o'clock, just sat there watching SPY. That'll be pretty important. If SPY and Apple and Nvidia, Meta, Netflix, etc., push a bit higher. It looks like Netflix is going to hold this gap, 335 and change. A lot of the earnings event, implied volatility will come out of the option price. FXI looks good. Okay, watching SPY. Okay, Pinterest, we mentioned earlier, Pinterest, Joel's trading Pinterest. I have some Pinterest as well. Our little dip. No follow through yet, Pinterest. Okay, it's been just chopping around here. Looking for that to break out. I know Susie mentioned it a few weeks back as well. SPY. All right, so we'll keep an eye on SPY. If the markets can't break out, I'm not expecting much out of stocks. Probably start seeing flat VWAP everywhere. All right, I'm going to go freshen my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, so I had to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. Nice because now we have an opportunity for SPY to break out a bit higher. Blocks have been pretty heavy today, given the expiration today, OPEX. All right, so Meta bouncing back on a buy signal again. Meta, watching Meta here. Went outside. It was really beautiful out. Nice and sunny, about 60 degrees, 55 to 60 degrees here in Myrtle Beach. Sixty one degrees and sunny. Light breeze. Have to go to the beach later. Meta looking good. Meta. Okay, watching Meta here on the bounce. So if you were looking to buy Meta, these dips should keep getting bought. If you're looking for a follow through, I'm looking for a follow through in Meta. Looking very strong. I added to Meta this morning on the way up. I'm back above that ad. Meta looks good though, right? Meta trending. Okay, and we discussed Meta from the perspective of price to sales. And price to EBITDA, price to earnings, operating earnings. Free cash flow is in line on Meta, but EBITDA is growing at 26%. Normally trades about 24 times. EBITDA is trading currently at about 7 times. So institutions buy on that kind of information. And we have a nice trend. And volume shows that they've been picking up shares since that capitulation down move in October. It's since been in a bullish trend. So these are the things you want to look for as a trader and a investor. All right, looks good. Yeah, nice one on SLRX there, Susie. My kids have it. I don't. All right, pulling back to 340 now. WISA, WISA, that's pulling back to 13 cents. Off a couple of pennies. Meta looks good. Following through. Okay, Meta, I could see another 20 points on this one. Meta, up to the 200-day. Block trades, we have a couple of 1 million share blocks at 390. 1 million share blocks at 390.08. IWM, a block of 233, excuse me, a block of 2,350,000 at 183.72. IWM looking really good. A lot of people were very bearish on IWM last week. For good reason, but IWM looking better. We got a 2,350,000 share block of IWM at 183.20. Okay, we're currently 183.17, so we want to be above that big block there. A lot more blocks coming through at 183.70 at the offer. Yeah. All right, Meta's on the move here. Meta's about to break out again. All right, the volume coming in waves on Meta. Meta breaking out. All right, SPY breaking out. Cool. SPY is breaking out above 391 now. Okay, looking a lot better. Looking a lot better. Can we go up and test that 400 level? That's a long ways away. We've had these 90 handle days, 100 handle days, so we'll see. Nice job, Brian. Oh, okay. Such a beautiful day outside. Sucks having to sit here and trade, right? That's why a lot of people trade the first couple of hours of the trading day and take the rest of the day off. That's why you get that A pivot. Okay. What I just said was, oh, it sucks to be here all day. Well, that's what forms that A leg higher in the morning, like you saw with Meta. Okay, you get the A leg in the morning. You make a lot of money right in here. You make it 500,000, 15, or whatever your goal is for the day. $500 a day average is about $10,000 a month. Certainly, if you get $250 a day with one option, two options, that's $5,000 extra a month. That's certainly worth making a goal. But a lot of times you get people to trade that first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, or into the noon hour, and they make their money for the day, and they're off playing golf, doing whatever. You can certainly do this if you just have a consistent strategy. Meta, that is turning into more of a day trade slash a swing trade, position trade. Meta, all the evidence is there for it to continue higher. FXI, looking for the bounce. FXI. Check your favorite Chinese stocks. They all look good. Oops. Dunkin' Donuts coffee is good today. Okay, so nice spy at the highs. Let's see if we can't get some follow through. Lots of blocks today. OPEX Friday for the month of January. Meta is technically on a 60-minute buy, 5-minute buy, 15-minute buy. When I say buy, it just means that I'm looking to buy dips. You got upward pressure. I would never buy these highs up here at 138. I'd be buying dips once I see the reversal. Easier said than done. You get this kind of move lower. Most people will be thinking, oh gosh, it's going to go to hell in a handbasket. But you just need to get used to looking for the dip to get bought because a lot of people will buy the dip. The volume picks up, price reverses, moves back above VWAP, the purple line. That's your confirmation. And on the 5-minute this morning, 10 minutes in a trading day, we got a bullish signal. We moved above VWAP. We also got a buy signal on super trend. Rallied for a good 15, 20 minutes. All right, SPY's still going here. All right, most stocks will go with, vice versa. If the stocks keep going higher, 30% of the weight of the S&P 500, 32% of the weight of the S&P 500 is in 15 stocks. So immediately what I start doing when I see the market's moving higher is which of those 15 stocks are moving higher? Are they doing it on above average volume? Those are the ones I want to focus on. Right now, sector-wise, we look a lot better than we did yesterday. Yesterday, we only had healthcare and pharmaceuticals following through. Today, we've got 75%, 80% of sectors green, with semiconductors leading again. Semiconductors leading. All right, so NVIDIA pushing higher. NVIDIA looks good. Okay. Let me analyze NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Let's analyze NVIDIA. All right, let's analyze NVIDIA. Let's take a look at earnings on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, if I'm not mistaken, is trading close to value. No, it's at a premium. All right, premium to sales, operating earnings, EBITDA, and free cash flow. Okay, it's trading at a premium. So NVIDIA, I would use it as a barometer and maybe day trade on strength. NVIDIA is starting to go here. Semis are in play. So I'd be looking at other companies like AMD. Looking for the breakout in AMD. AMD is a slow mover. Pull back the last 2 days. Taiwan Semi. All right, that looks like it's going to follow through. Taiwan Semi. I don't have a position now. Okay. Taiwan Semi, TSM. Let me take a look at TSM. Maybe I want to buy some TSM. That looks a lot better. Taiwan Semi. Let me check the earnings on Taiwan Semi versus NVIDIA. TSM. Well, hello there, Goose. How you doing? Got a visitor. Yeah, Taiwan Semi is at a premium to EBITDA. No, I'm sorry. It's in line with EBITDA with earnings growing. So Taiwan Semi looks better than NVIDIA as a trade. Probably the reason why Warren's more interested in Taiwan Semi. Okay, I might buy some in the money calls. When do they have earnings? Earnings. Let me just check that real quick. Should never be in a hurry to buy something. You're not gonna miss something. You might get into something you wish you hadn't if you rush into a trade. So do your analysis. Taiwan Semi has earnings on April 13th. It gapped up on earnings, right? 26% revenue growth year over year. It beat by 2 cents. EBITDA looks good. So that looks good. April is when they have their next earnings. So let me go out to at least April and see what the options look like. All right, the 95 call is $5 out of the money. That's a 40 delta. Or you can buy the 90 call for $6. All right, Taiwan Semi, I just bought the April TSM, the April 2190 call, $6, 605 filled. All right, so let me show you what I'm looking at on EBITDA, operating earnings. All right, so this is just, I'm just scaling in, a $1 stop. Okay, I don't see that happening, but anything's possible. If I lost the low of the day, that would probably give me about $1 stop, something like that. Or you can buy shares. Maybe I'll buy some shares too. Shoot. Maybe I'll do that. All right, so already I've got the 90. The 90 call is in the money by 50 cents. I bought them for $6.05 filled. Looking for a breakout. Let's see, ATR on this one. Taiwan Semi is $2.38. It's up $1.99, so could see another maybe 50 cents on this one. So 91 by the end of the day. Then reassess it near the close. All right, so let me Taiwan Semi is on a buy signal on the 5, 15, 30, 60 minutes. Been on a buy signal. The 4-hour on a buy signal, and the daily, obviously the daily's on a buy signal. It's gapped up. I say obviously, but it's been oscillating here for the last couple of days. Taiwan Semi. All right, so at Taiwan Semi, Taiwan Semi trading to EBITDA is at a modest discount to EBITDA. You hungry there, turtle? You hungry? Your mama didn't feed you? Be interested to see what Qualcomm looks like. Okay, so all right, so Taiwan Semi, I was just looking at TSM, analyzing it for trade. I looked at it before I decided to buy some in the money options. Dollar stop. Oh, okay, I got it already. Taiwan, so there it is. Taiwan Semi. Okay. Taiwan Semi. So technically we're at the high of the day. Okay, so I'll buy some more if we get a little dip here. But on an earnings basis, Taiwan Semi looks good. Better than NVIDIA, just from where it's trading. Premium. NVIDIA is at a premium to EBITDA. earnings before death and taxes. Here's Taiwan Semi. You can see prices below an upward sloping projection for earnings going forward. It has about a 15.3% growth rate in EBITDA. It's currently trading 8.77 times versus 9.3 times. So, I mean, NVIDIA is twice this. All right. So, NVIDIA, not as interesting as Taiwan Semi. Makes sense to me why Warren would be more interested in Taiwan Semi. All right. All right. So TSM, Taiwan Semi. All right. I just posted on Stock Twits. All right, so I'm not going to do much more at the moment. Just waiting for prices, watching the index, TSM. All right, watching FANG stocks. Could be the high of the day right now. All right, NVIDIA high of the day. What's Google doing? Google, all right, let's see, Taiwan Semi coming back a little bit. I'll add to it on dips, most likely. Google, flat VWAP, but looks like it'll probably continue. It's got a gap and go. Google. If I'm looking for a new entry on Google, it's currently on a 5-minute sell signal, 60 minutes still on a buy. So I want to see that start to trend over the next few days on Google, laying off 12,000 souls. Tesla, okay, Tesla, yeah, looking for a break higher in Tesla. SPY still hanging out at the high. SPY. Okay. Could just be a grindy kind of day. Google looks like it wants to go back on a buy signal on the short time frames. Tesla looks like it wants to go. Tesla. Tesla. Tesla, I could see it get up to about 137. Looking for these dips to get bought today. Looking for dips to get bought. All right. Tesla, Google. Google looks like it's going to go again. Google. The February 100 call on Google is $2.87. That's a 41 delta. That's as far as I would go out if you're interested in Google. SPY needs to keep going. All right, Google looks like it's just flattening out right now. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Thanks, everyone, for all your posts in the trading room. It's helpful. Dino. Okay, so sector-wise, we're still 85%, 90% green. Semiconductors are leading. So like yesterday when we had pharmaceuticals leading, we were looking for a follow-through in those stocks. Merck dipped initially this morning, looking for a follow-through. Merck. Merck looking for this push higher. Okay. Slow going. It's a Friday. I don't do a whole lot on a Friday, especially on a monthly OPEX Friday. So we looked at Taiwan Semi earlier. We had Meta giving us buy signals. We only want to buy dips. We had Tesla with strength. FXI, the Chinese stocks, showing us potential. FXI have a position already, looking to add. I did that today as well. FXI. There goes SPY, breaking higher. So FXI, I did add over here. Looking for this to push higher. Let's look at the Chinese stocks. There's some in there you might be interested in. There goes SPY. SPY is on the follow through. So the Deutsche Bank tracker, the 300 large cap China shares ETF, ASHR continuation. That's fairly inexpensive versus FXI, which is at $32. This is trading $31. These Chinese stocks look being bought. Google's about to go on a buy signal again on the 2-minute, 5-minute charts. It's already on a buy signal on 60. There goes SPY. SPY's on the move. Okay, so with these Chinese stocks, looking for breakouts of recent consolidation like Baidu bouncing. Yesterday we talked to you about these bounces. Looked good. Billy at $25 a share, looking for that to get above the 21 day. China Cheetah Mobile looks good. I don't know how to pronounce that. I assume it's Daku New Energy. That's a solar stock, $47. FXI, I have a position. IQ, that's a cheap name right at the 21 day. That looks like it's going to go here over the next couple of days. It's flat at VWAP right now. SPY, watching SPY. So the Chinese stocks, check your favorite. They should be above the 21 day bouncing or above the 50 day and bouncing. Most of them look very strong. High at the high of the day, going for new highs. Next week, perhaps. A lot of block trades today. Semis are leading, so if you're buying a semiconductor stock, you're probably going to have a good day. Redfin at the high of the day. Redfin, that's a real estate related name. Real estate was strong. Gold miners pushing higher today. GDX. Silver is up a penny. I appreciate all your posts in the trading room for what it's worth. 39.50 on the S&P. It's the next level. Mikey posting in the trading room. Qualcomm's up $1.22. Qualcomm looking for a follow through there. SPY at 392.34. Google back on a buy signal on the 2 and 5 minute charts. We had a cycle in stochastic RSI. $60-minute looks good. Daily looks good on Google. Google announcing that they are going to, parent Alphabet is laying off 12,000 people. That's, I think they said 8% of the staff. So they have a crap ton of people working for them around the world, I guess. 8% is 12,000. Are watching Google, SPY, FANG, Tesla. Tesla's squeezing. Tesla's probably going to surprise a lot of people and blast off. I don't know the direction, but looking for direction with Tesla, I'd just be looking at RSI. So will it break out of this squeeze on the 5 minute? Let's see. I saw a 5 minute squeeze, I thought. 5 minute squeeze. Yeah. Okay. So here's your 5 minute squeeze on Tesla. Watch RSI. RSI needs to be pointing higher. MACD needs to turn up, not down. Stochastics a little bit overbought. So Tesla might not break out just yet. might consolidate a little bit longer. You can see those Bollinger Bands, the green lines are compressing. So once it breaks out, those Bollinger Bands should open up. Be seeing, I like to see Bollinger Bands open up top and bottom. Netflix is sideways and squeezing. Nvidia's going. Nvidia's going, following through here. Nvidia, okay. Taiwan Semi, I'd like to see a follow through there as well. Move above 90.50, the high of the day. ¿Quién da la ganadería? All right, so futures look really good. All right, yesterday we told you that the futures, if you recall, yesterday futures, we told you TTM histogram was turning. Now, this is never something that well, I won't say never, but it's not the only thing I look at. It had to get above 390. Okay, we closed below 390 yesterday, but it's good to see TTM. That momentum shift is what we were looking for. And the 1 hour chart. All right, so we continue to make higher highs, higher lows. No follow through. Right now, we're just grinding higher. Okay, Tesla still consolidating. All right, so Tesla's not going anywhere just yet, looks like. SPY at the high. SPY just grinding along, an upward sloping Bollinger Band setup, lower and upper are sloping higher. It's telling you to look for a grind. If the lower band was to open up like over here, and the upper band was to open up as well at the same time, look for a fast move. So just watching Bollinger Bands itself right now, just telling you to look for a grind. VWAP is up and to the right, so that's a bullish trend. Google just consolidating at the highs, flagging on the 60-minute. Could be a non-eventful lunchtime as SPY continues to ramp higher. Microsoft at the high today. Microsoft new high today. That looks good. Microsoft. Microsoft with a new high today. Look at those Bollinger Bands open up. Okay, so if you're a new member or if you're just learning Bollinger Bands, always watch those Bollinger Bands because when they start to compress, turn inward, look for sideways price action. When the Bollinger Bands open up, look for a fast move, in this case, RSI pointing direction above 50 and rising, MACD rising, and stochastics now embedded at 94. All right, so Microsoft, I'm not sure how far we're going to go with Microsoft here. We got an ATR on Microsoft with SPY pulling back. ATR on Microsoft, I told you earlier, was right around $6.37. It's at 620 now, so it's almost 100% of its ATR. Maybe take some profits off on Microsoft. Look for dips to buy. All right, so SPY starting to fade a little bit more now. Okay, looking for higher lows and higher highs on SPY. It's been a pretty good morning so far. We're up 3 handles on SPY, 30 handles plus on the futures. SPY is still fading. Most of the big cap tech stocks are fading from the high right now. Tesla still trying to break out. Paramount at the high of the day. Paramount faded for the previous 2 days. Paramount fading back to the 21 day. It's currently in a base building or accumulation phase, phase 1. Once this 9 and 21 day start heading more forcefully towards the 200 day, I'll be more confident that this is phase two. You can see the institutions buying there. Look at all that volume there. For a couple of weeks in a row, it was solid volume. Okay. About 100 million shares trading hands between 16 and 20. So 4 points. You think that's all that Warren wants is 4 points? I know Warren's in this over at Berkshire. So I think they probably want more than 4 points. I would venture to say that they want Paramount to be back up at least 50% into this move. This over here was when Paramount, it was what was it? Viacom, Viacom, and they bought Viacom. So it went sideways for many months during the 2021, and it continued to drift. Now it's showing signs that maybe it's going to turn. It's above the 10 EMA. So if it gets anywhere near, say, 382, 236, that'd be about what, 27.50 and about $40 per share. That'd be a nice gain from here. 10 banger, a double, 20 to 40. So watching Paramount, I know, Joel, you're in Paramount, right? I have some Paramount. Meta is also in the communications sector. I need to break this down. Broadcasting, entertainment, and media. Okay, Charter Communications, very bullish look to it. So if you see the stocks in the group all working and moving higher, that's bullish for your stock. If you're in Meta or if you're in Paramount, look for these stocks to continue. Netflix is up 6% today after earnings. Dish Networks, Charter Communications, Liberty Global, Disney. Disney's trying to get above that 101, 102 area. Disney looking very good here. If you're in Disney, some of you are in Disney. I have no Disney. New York Times. Comcast looks really good. Some of you are in Comcast, right? Comcast looks good. About to break out. Really like what I see. Comcast, nice here. SPY, high or low. Tesla still consolidating, squeezing. NVIDIA grinding along the upper Bollinger Band. Netflix still squeezing. Meta squeezing above VWAP. Apple bouncing at VWAP. Chinese stocks consolidating. The morning gains. Qualcomm looks good. Qualcomm, the semiconductors are strong. SOXL. After a dip, we are bouncing off the 50-21 EMA. Look at the volume previous few weeks. That's buying volume. That's institutions. So these dips will most likely get bought as it's building this base over here on the left side, the histogram showing that this is a base area. and that we'll most likely see a push out of this area at some point. We're above the 10 EMA weekly. Looks good for the long run. Many people talking about 2023 as being a better year, maybe in the second half. Whatever. Charts are looking a lot better after selling off during 2022. So you're certainly not as at a disadvantage as you had you been buying here in January, December, January versus now. Most of the pullback is done. SOXL. All right. Merck. Looking for Merck to accelerate away from VWAP off of the 50-day. Microsoft trying to push higher. Microsoft's been on a buy signal on the 60-minute confirmation as well. It's above the 21-day. Microsoft. So many negative comments about Microsoft lately. It needs to get above the 10 EMA weekly for starters, but the daily's looking better. Above the 21-day. Next week, we'll probably test the 50-day. If you're buying Microsoft today, you got hurdles at the 50-day, that pivot there at 242 and 245, then 255 in the short term. All right, we're coming into lunch hour. SPY a lower high for now. Most stocks are near 80, 90% of their ATR. All right, we've got a lower high on SPY. SPY lower high. FIS, was that Fiserv? Fidelity National, okay. Looks like it'll break out. Fidelity National. All right, FIS. Susie mentioning Fidelity National. Do they have earnings or something on deck? FIS. All right, FIS. That looks pretty good, Susie. I like the daily chart on that one. Fidelity National Information Services. Nice looking chart too. FIS, Fidelity National Information Services. I thought it was a bank. Fidelity National says information services. Let's see what they do. Slow earner. It's only making 2.8% year over year earnings. They might have technology that somebody's interested in. All right, so it is related to banking and payments technologies. All right, so that looks good. All right, the market's just consolidating. Shopify too. I think John Smith. I think you're in this one too, right? John Smith, Shop. All right, Shopify. We've got a bullish cross 9/21/50 day up through the 200 day this week, and looking for a follow through. All right, looking for a follow through. SPY is just consolidating lower highs, holding on to 391.75. Like to see a higher high now. Squeezing. Note the Bollinger Bands is squeezing on SPY.
TurboTax. We probably took on more than we should have, too much too quickly.
That was Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon at Davos with us earlier this week. We want to come back to that headline crossing a moment ago from the Journal. It talks to that. The Fed reportedly set to investigate Goldman Sachs' consumer business, Marcus. Session lows for the stock and potential implications here for fintech. Let's bring in Kate Rooney. Kate, you and I were anxiously discussing this during the break. There's so much to talk about here, but this really is why fintechs are fintechs, and they didn't start with banking licenses because you're regulated in a very different way. It completely underlines the difficulty in operating in this consumer business, this fintech playbook, while being a highly regulated entity like Goldman Sachs. So they were using the
SPY lower lows now are on a sell signal, short term, 2-minute chart on a sell signal. SPY.
Really is a loss leader. It's expensive to offer people that type of yield at a time when really they're getting nothing on those deposits. And it's a way to attract customers. Their playbook was the exact same thing we've seen over fintech, where they're just going to pay a ton to get people in the door and bet that they will stay on Marcus. They'll use it as their primary bank. The problem for a lot of fintechs and for Goldman Sachs that we've seen, those aren't necessarily sticky customers. They're not the ones who are going to stay around and maybe be lifelong banking customers. They're looking for high yield and they're chasing it, and they might go to Robinhood if you don't give them 3%, right? And you change the interest rate. And at one point, Goldman Sachs Marcus was offering almost 3% APY on savings accounts, but that was really an outlier in the banking space. I mean, Chase will still give you 0.01% APY. Yeah. What do you think this means going forward? Do they have like an easy out to say, we're not going to offer that, we can't do the same things? It's interesting. The banks have sort of conceded that now that rates are going up, they'll probably have to meet in the middle and pay a little bit more on customer deposits. But we haven't seen them chase that. And it's interesting. JP Morgan's a great example of this. They've talked before about the competition with fintech and needing to keep up. They haven't felt enough pressure to have to raise interest rates, and people clearly still use them as their go-to. Well, I know something we keep talking about is these fintech ambitions of big banks. It's not so straightforward. Kate Rooney, thank you. Carl.
Thanks, guys. Going to be an important end of the session with the options expiration. And, of course, next week, tons of big names, a lot of cyclicals, IBM, Microsoft, GE, J&J, and some tech, Intel, airlines as well. Have a great weekend. Let's get to Frank Holland in the half.
And welcome to the Halftime Report. I am Frank Holland in for the Judge Scott Wapner. Stocks are up right now, but the Dow and the S&P 500 coming off their longest losing streak in a month. The question here is the January rally losing a bit of steam as investors brace for a huge week of earnings ahead. And Netflix surging on blowout subscriber numbers, but revenue growth slowed, only about 2%. Has the stock gotten ahead of itself? We're going to debate that and much more for our investment committee today. We got a full house. We got Jason Snipe, Steve Weiss, Michael Farr. And joining me right here on set, the lovely and talented Shannon Sakosha and Jenny Harrington. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in person. But first, let's get a check on the market right now. Stocks are pushing higher, but the major averages are still on pace for their first negative week of the year. But look at the Dow up about 0.25% right now. The NASDAQ rallying right now on the back of some of that news from Alphabet. Also thanks in part to Netflix. The 10-year yield right now at 3.497. That's about 30 basis points lower than it started the year. Something to watch as we continue to talk about these markets. But back to that big question, Shannon, I'm going to start with you first.
The VIX dropping off.
Is it losing steam, or is this just a bit of a hiccup? Because right now, of course, we're seeing all the indices up.
I think we're in a situation, Frank, where a lot of investors are looking at this in terms of great. There's some enthusiasm about the Fed potentially not being as restrictive, but that's really being offset by some concerns, particularly from messaging early on in earnings season about the potential for a slowing economy. And I think when we came into this quarter, one of the things we had experienced in the fourth quarter of 2022 was significant downgrades in earnings expectations for quarterly earnings, but also a lot of uncertainty as it relates to calendar year 2023. So in as much as we're always looking at, the potential for one quarterly print to move a stock, I think right now what investors are really looking for is how do some of these recessionary concerns or potential recessionary concerns play into the outlook for some of these companies? Is this rally that we've seen really in risk on warranted? And is this just an example of the type of trading activity that we're going to experience throughout the year as investors try to price in or out the threat of a recession, with the acknowledgement that just because the Fed becomes more accommodative doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have some tougher road ahead?
Yeah, I mean, Jenny, absolutely. I think Shannon laid it out really well. By the way, just a second ago, we showed the banner, the Dow turning negative for the year. What do you think about this January rally? Again, indices up today, but are we seeing the beginning potentially of a downward trend going forward?
Well, I love that we're calling the S&P was up, 4.5%. I love that we're calling that a rally. So let's keep a little context anyway. But I was joking before the show, and I was saying, well, if we had sustained that up 4.5% in 3 weeks, that would have suggested the market would be up 50 or 60% this year. In the world of no guarantees, I'm pretty, confident guaranteeing it's highly unlikely that we're going to have a plus 30 to 40% year. So if we have that in the context of thinking about the fade and say, all right, most of us kind of at best are thinking that we eke out a marginally positive return on the year. Some people are thinking of down. What else could we have expected? We couldn't have sustained that pace. And so my thought all along has been that hopefully we get to year end with a positive return at the end. And if we start the year off up 4.5%, it's going to be nothing but a roller coaster between now and then. I don't know that that's a bad thing. I think in those kind of markets, there's tremendous opportunity. You haven't missed your buying opportunities. You might get more opportunities to sell things along the way. So yeah, to me, I'm like, I don't even know if it's a fade or anything. It's just the course the market's going to take.
So Jason Snipe, what do you think? A little volatility might be a good thing. Are you looking for possible opportunities and potential volatility going forward?
Yeah, so I mean, if I look at obviously last year, the NASDAQ was down 34%, the S&P down close to 20. If I think at the beginning of this year, I think there's really a story of just repositioning, some energy towards this kind of narrative of a softest landing. And I think that played a role into
All right, SPY trying to push back above 392.48, 392.50. Technically, we're still on lower highs. We need to see a higher high.
Some exhaustion here, and that's why we're seeing some slowdown. Also, as it relates to kind of earnings have been somewhat sluggish. We've had a lower bar, so the beat rates haven't been as high as anticipated. So I think that's part of the narrative playing out, in what we're seeing in the market today. And then as I look at it today, this is just financial re-engineering, hearing notes from Microsoft with some cuts, obviously job cuts, Google with some cuts, and I think that's also playing. And then Netflix, as you mentioned at the top of the show, with some really nice earnings last night. So I think that's also playing a role into some of the bump we're seeing today.
There are some interesting notes coming out today, Steve. I want to read you a bit of a note that came out today from Barclays. It says in part, U.S. data is weakening, and it is not good news for equities anymore, even as bonds are rallying. Classic recession playbook. I'm just teeing you up, Wise. I know you want to bring your unique brand of insight into the markets right now.
Well, first of all, I'm going to bring my unique brand of insight into Jason and I, who are also lovely and talented. I understand the ambition of Michael Farr, but don't understand the ambition of Jason and I. Look, here's what I'd say. I really think it's not an appropriate conversation. Is the market, rally going to continue? Jenny's right, 4.5%. That's basically what we've seen the volatility in the markets. That's a couple of days worth of trading. The narrative has been negative. So you can parse, we talked yesterday, positive data points here and there, but the overall narrative is negative. And guess what? It's just the beginning of it. So the Fed's not done. The most important thing in the market and what to focus on is inflation. And you can claim this pyrrhic victory that inflation is moderating, that's down a little bit. But as Larry Summers said, and I'll paraphrase, it's the most insidious thing that can happen to any economy because the events are very long lasting. And we've seen before in Latin America, other countries, fortunately not here, that inflation is just a killer to the economy. And then take a look at Google. So Google, Alphabet's up today. And it's being applauded that 12,000 people are cut. Now, think about that. You've got a company that culturally really hasn't cut people before. All it's done is add staff. Do you know how long, sitting in board meetings, do you know how long we spend talking about the cultural impact of that? About maybe if it's a temporary impact, the slowdown? No, what Google's telling you is that their stock should be lower because cutting 12,000 people does a lot to the culture short term, does a lot to the morale, and I would say is counterproductive to a company growing. So I think that that's another warning sign that's upside down in terms of how the market's reacting. Things are getting a lot worse, and they're the tip of the spear with the advertising, which is a leading tell for economy. So bottom line is, I'm negative. I'm staying negative. I'll try to take advantage of trading rallies, but we're a sustainable decline in the economy and in earnings, which makes the market overvalued even today.
So by the way, Steve, you don't have to paraphrase anything. We got it right here. Elliot Smith with a great story on CNBC.com. Larry Summers at Davos, by the way, saying the greatest tragedy would be if central banks don't finish the job on inflation. Michael, I want to come over to you, but before I go to you, Marko Kolanovic out with a note today, pretty short and sweet. I'm just going to read it to you. He says, we think that recession is currently not priced into equity markets. What's your take on that? Steve Weiss is one of many people who believes the Fed is the biggest player when it comes to the markets. This is the last day we're going to hear from the Fed before their quiet period. Do you think that equities have more downside?
I think one of the greatest risks for any market is complacency, particularly among investors. And we've been trying to talk ourselves out of a recession here, and we've been trying to talk ourselves into a Fed pause. And, you know, the great hallelujah chorus starts when we say Fed pivot, and they actually start to ease again, except we're the only ones saying it. The Fed isn't saying it at all. And I was privileged to give a speech that I've done every year at the University of Delaware this week with Fed President Pat Harker. And I've gotten to know Pat over the years. We had a lot of private conversations. I said, what aren't we getting from the Fed? He goes, I don't know why you're not listening. We're going to have more hikes. He says he thinks we're going to have 3 more hikes. Then they go sideways, and we're going to leave it alone for a while because they don't want to make the Steve Weiss, Larry Summers error. So, yeah, we're probably a little optimistic. The other side is I think we're a little too pessimistic that this is going to last forever. A year from now, I think it's very likely, okay, maybe 18 months, that you're going to see the Fed over and done with, whatever recession we may have, over and done with, and you're going to
follow through.
Green shoots of economic expansion emerge. But there's no getting around going through this process when the Fed is this resolved and investors just aren't listening.
All right, Michael Farr. Speaking of Delaware, by the way, I hung out with your crew down in Rehoboth Beach. You're Mr. Rehoboth Beach. They told me to give you a shout out on TV. I did it.
You got to come down to Rehoboth Beach. Come on, Frank. Come visit. It's awesome.
It is pretty nice. All right. Well, Weiss mentioned Alphabet's job cuts on a more serious note. Webbush's Dan Ives out with a new note saying the headcount cuts in tech are the first major step towards stabilizing these stocks and setting the stage for
McDonald's having a pretty good time of it lately. McDonald's.
Obviously, we're kind of in a place where, in this case, this particular case, bad news
Continues on this trend.
Investors seem very encouraged about
Higher low, looking for a push back up to 275. It did pull back the last couple of days. Watching McDonald's.
Well, if you think about what the hiring has been focused on, I mean, if we look at the innovation that Google and Microsoft and many of these large cap tech companies have been able to engineer, much of it has been on projects that eventually are actually not profitable or successful. And so as an investor, when you're in a, zero, when money is free, when capital is free, you really don't worry too much about capital allocation. I think there were very few questions for big cap tech companies prior to the pandemic and through the pandemic about what they were spending all that cash flow on. And so in my mind, a lot of this is probably appropriate prioritization. If you're in an environment where capital costs something and you need to think about capital allocation, not just for technology companies, but for other companies, being able to look at the number of projects that you perhaps were willing to lose money on previously, making sure that your headcount and your resources are aligned with the projects that you see being able to grow the company on a go-forward basis. I think this is a right sizing that makes sense. There's been a ton of hiring for these big cap tech companies. I disagree with Steve. I do think that there will be some morale impact, but I actually think that it won't impact the potential for growth for these companies because it will be on these priority projects that they can see a positive ROI over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, we're showing some of the layoffs here, and actually a really good point about some of these projects losing money. In fact, Google Cloud still doesn't make money. It's the growth engine for the company, but still not profitable just yet. Jenny, I'm going to come over to you. Are tech stocks just more attractive? maybe the environment right now with the layoffs and things aren't great, but we're looking at valuations right now. Google's valuation a year ago was 25 times. Now it's about 19 times. Amazon's valuation in August was 98 times. Now it's about 52 times, so on and so on. Valuations have been cut pretty deeply.
So they're 100% more attractive. The real question is, are they attractive enough? And that's where we stand. So for as long as we've run our disciplined growth strategy, which is 10 years this year, we really haven't owned the FANG stocks, the only one being Facebook, Meta, right? But what are we looking at right now? We're actually doing deep dives into Google, Netflix, Amazon. Google's rising to the top of that list. For us, it's not quite cheap enough yet. And that's probably not the right word, because we're not looking at it as a deep value play. So cheap enough isn't it, but I would say maybe the valuation isn't compelling enough at this point. But as we look through these, you say to yourself, oh my gosh, I might actually be able to buy Apple at 100 one day. You know, I might actually be able to buy Google, Amazon. These are stocks that have never been in our purview for 10 years. So yes, they're cheaper. I'm not sure they're cheap enough. And to Michael's point and Steve's point, you know, if there is a lot more negativity in this market this year, you haven't missed your entry point. You might get them at better prices.
Right. You know, Jenny, it might be more negativity from the smart money people like you, but when you talk about retail investors, they're they're really excited about these big tech stocks. Note from JP Morgan today, their retail radar, a lot of buying focus on large tech names. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia at the top of where they're seeing the biggest buys. Tesla, however, continues to be sold. Jason Snipe, do retail investors, are they onto something here because they're jumping into these mega cap tech names?
Well, I would say, just in my earlier comments, is just revolving around tech and also
McDonald's still going here.
The free money era is over, right? So I think it's tough to look at number one, non-profitable tech. I mean, that's been thrown out the window. That's not an area I would look at, but you know, the mega cap names and the multiples have come in quite a bit. I mean, you have Microsoft now at 24 times. You have Apple at 21 times. We still are at a market multiple. The S&P is at 17 times. So they're still obviously trading at a premium to the market. But to Jenny's point, I think potentially you can still grab these names lower. I think your time horizon will play into the decision here. I think these are great companies. They're the beltway to innovation. So I do think there's obviously a better opportunity today than there was at the beginning of last year. So, you know, for me, I'm neutral on tech. I still like more the value-oriented tech, like the Ciscos of the world, the Oracles of the world. I think that's where there's some opportunity in the near term.
Uncle Far, you know my nickname for you, old money. You got that old money you're managing. What do you think? Is now the time to get some of that old money back into big tech? Is this the point where you want to jump back in?
You know, some of the big tech, yes. Okay. I'm thinking the Kathy Woods tech, not so much. And I think people are heading to that more volatile, speculative tech. But yes, the old school tech, you know, the FANG stocks were just way ridiculously expensive. They've come down. They represent a great deal more value.
SPY is still consolidating. The longer it stays here, the more I'm thinking that we could pull back towards VWAP.
Growth there is still, for most of those companies, still in double digits. When you can get earnings growth that's going to be twice the average of the S&P, and you're paying a very small premium in terms of a PE multiple for those companies, and you're prepared to hold them for the long term, I think you've got to do that. But also, I think as Shannon was saying, there is the good news of opportunity still coming. I mean, if we get this pullback, you don't have to be in a rush. And I'm like never in a rush when I'm investing. So being really dogged and disciplined and dispassionate is the best advice I can give folks thinking about getting back in.
Wise, I'm going to come over to you. You actually covered your shorts at the triple Qs today. Walk us through when you shorted it. And obviously, you know, no one knew these layoffs were coming. That's caused a big spike in these mega cap tech stocks.
Yeah, so when I'm trading the market, you know, my focus all day long is not watching screens. So I put in stops. We've had negative tones in the market, so I was sort of short the cues. I got stopped out some because I keep moving my stops. So this is a little bit of trade school yesterday, and I wanted to keep it as a profitable trade. I took off some more last night immediately on the Netflix print because I thought the market would misinterpret it. They actually had slower growth. Sure, sub growth was higher, but you got to look at what they're spending. Now, we'll debate Netflix later. I actually think it's well positioned, not so much stock price. And then I just covered the rest of it this morning because at that point it became a little nuisance position. So that's why I did. I'll be short again, but that's trading versus my core positions, which I keep. Sometimes I'll trade around like Moderna. So that's really all it is. It's just tactical trading. I just want to address something Shannon said. I don't think we disagree. I mean, I think these companies will come out of this cycle much more effective, efficient, because they are getting rid of these vanity projects. They're even doing it personally. I mean, Larry Page, who was the money behind, not Google, behind Kitty Hawk, he pulled the funding from it. So you've got that awareness. But the question is when. And in terms of the companies the stocks being cheaper at this point, you only look at one part of the equation. You're just looking at price. And just because price is lower doesn't mean they're cheaper. Very often, when price comes down, it's because the fundamentals have declined, so they may in fact more expensive at a lower price. And when you see what the growth is for Alphabet over the next year versus this year, I'm not so sure it's so cheap. And as Jason, the lovely Jason Snipe points out, that we've still got these stocks selling at nice premiums to the market, but that market multiple to me is artificial because that should be a lot lower. It should be closer to 14 times than it is at 17 times. So it's a moving target. I'll agree with Michael Farr. You will get a better opportunity. And guess what? You have in virtually every stock that you wanted to buy. Everybody couldn't wait to buy, Tesla at 700, highly into it. Apple at 155. Look at where they are now.
Good point there. Shannon, I want to get one last word in before we move to Netflix.
Well, I just want to touch on something you said, Frank, and you asked Jenny, you said retail investors are buying tech and maybe institutional investors are coming along.
You said smart money?
Smart money.
Smart money.
Smart money. Very smart money.
Super smart.
I want to make another point that what we could see as an additional catalyst.
That was a bad reference to me, Shannon, by the way.
You specifically looked at me.
Is buybacks. If you think about capital allocation, there's going to come an opportunity where these valuations have become level, but even with the
Marathon Digital,
that was a huge driver for tech stocks.
big driver today. Marathon.
See that really catalyze these stocks again. Probably not today, but it's something for investors to keep an eye on over the course of the next year.
All right, we're going to keep this tech conversation going. Netflix shares up almost 7% right now, having their best day since November after the company reported better than expected subscriber growth and revenue guidance slightly above.
Still interested in Netflix. I'm just not going to buy it today. Probably wait until next week sometime.
Do you think the stock may have gotten just a bit ahead of itself? It's on a big rally over the last 3 months, obviously up almost 7% today.
Yeah, so obviously the stock has grown tremendously since over the last 3 months, and it's really since the print, it's up about 30%. It's, up 18% in the last couple months. So what I would say about Netflix, I think, which is interesting, obviously the ad-supported tier just coming out, just got started in November, and we're seeing some of those numbers that were positive. The big thing for me on Netflix, and I think it's played into the stock, over 60% of their revenue is generated overseas, and the dollar is down about 7%, in the last quarter, and I think that's played well into the stock. I think what they're also trying to figure out, obviously, is this password sharing piece. Let's see how that goes, because that could be a nice catalyst for the stock if they figure out how to monetize that. But for me, I'm neutral now. I mean, it's run a lot.
Spy looking for a follow through.
I think you have to be disciplined here and potentially look at taking some off the table. We haven't done that yet, but that's really what we're looking at this stage.
Let's show that revenue growth chart one more time. I think it's pretty interesting.
Spiders look pretty good here.
I'm going to turn over to you while we're looking at it, Shannon. You bought a couple months ago. What do you think? You sticking with it, or going to lock in the gains and get out?
So this was September. I think that it's important to continue to listen to similar to what we're listening to for the Fed. We have to listen to Netflix management. Netflix management wants us to focus on revenue per user. They do not want to focus on the number of users in aggregate. And I think that's an important differentiation because it goes to profitability. So you're seeing this slowing revenue growth. You should be looking for an inflection point where they're able to deliver that higher revenue per user. And by expanding the base during this period, particularly an ad-supported tier, that's, I think, where they're going to get that. So yes, perhaps looking at potentially taking a little bit off the table, but I think this is a longer term play.
So Weiss, I know you're a big Bridgerton fan. What do you think about the stock?
Bridgerton, yes, I have.
I thought it was Wednesday.
Look, I think it's I think it's ahead of itself. I don't think it's cheap enough. I think they are the winner in the streaming wars, but so what? Streaming wars. I mean, they're ugly. I'm not sure anybody at the end of the day wins. And I think you have to buy the stock on the dips. You can't buy it on the upward moves of it. If you buy it on the dips, you can make a lot of money. I mean, it's like Lulu's, why I bought it. So it's still expensive, but that's when you make the money, not buying it here.
Big movement, but far, I just want to throw in, you'd say right now you should buy Disney because Netflix's growth is actually good for Disney Plus. All right, coming up next, an upgrade for big biotech, calling for several positive catalysts ahead for a company this year. Jenny owns it. We'll debate the trade and the entire sector. That's next in our call of the day. Halftime. Back in 2 minutes.
All right. The markets are just consolidating at that 392 level. Not expecting a whole lot. It is a Friday. If we get any kind of move, it'll be in the last couple hours, I would imagine.
Gross margin of about 77%, whereas the company forward multiple is only trading around 17 times. So the profitability profile relative to the earnings or the multiple profile looks relatively balanced, and I think that's one of the reasons why the analysts keep notching their targets to the upside, but also the stock continues to move to the upside. And lastly, I'll say this: I think there's another theme outside of the enterprise resource management software and database management software, which is Oracle's legacy bread and butter business, is artificial intelligence. No one really talks about the deployment of AI, which has really caught on this year in terms of popularity, but also usage rate. And Oracle is actually a major player in artificial intelligence. And I think this is one of the reasons why Oracle and IBM, both of these legacy value technology names, have actually performed quite well in the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, they got that big customer base, 430,000 customers as they plow into the cloud. You did mention, the effect that IBM, which is a legacy tech player, also kind of outperforming the overall market. They did get downgraded earlier this week,
Right.
though. We'll continue to watch that. All right, thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here, breaking down the backdrop here in Oracle. Now let's bring back Kevin Green. And Kevin, your thoughts here. Oracle, they don't have earnings until March 9th. Just hit 52-week highs last Friday. What's your take here on Oracle, and how do you want to set this example trade up for us?
Definitely. So I'm looking at the technical setup here in the short term instead of the fundamental setup. As George was just going over, there's a lot to be had when it comes to the fundamentals of the company here. But from a technical standpoint, a lot of traders have gotten into this game over the last month and a half. And I do believe that we could potentially see, or you could make the case that a sell-off could occur. So if a trader was going to think about setting up a downward move to the stock and trying to set up a strategy for that, you could look at potentially a put spread, buying a put spread. And the example that I have here is going to be buying the $85 strike price, selling the $80 strike price. Those are going to be the February monthlies, and trying to do that for $1.15. Now for this setup, we have a max gain at $385. Our max loss could be $115. So that risk reward ratio is there. And the break even price is going to be $83.85. And when you're looking at this type of setup here, this would be a 38% Fibonacci retracement level from the October lows to those recent highs that you just talked about there. Also, an area of support for the stock right now is at around $80. So we're keeping that in mind as well. And if you're looking at the 200-day and the 100-day moving average, the critical area of support is $76. So there's a decent risk reward ratio.
Very high levels in 2024. So I think you can own it now, but to the point of the upgrade and the share price being flat, it might kind of do nothing for a while because the earnings just aren't great. And people are short-sighted out there. So
No pun intended.
yeah. Thank you.
Shannon, you had healthcare as your sector pick. We did the stock summit and all that kind of stuff. You don't own this stock, but you own a number of other ones: AbbVie, Merck, United Health. How do you feel about healthcare in general, and are you bullish on this stock with this particular medicine?
So this is a really interesting play, and I think one of the things that we're looking at, if you look over the next couple of years, the overhang for drug stocks in general has really been lifted given what's happening in Washington. And so I think whereas for us, we were looking at multi-line, drugs that are focused on things like immunology and oncology, which I think are going to continue to grow in importance. I think you can start to look at widening out your exposure to pharma and to biotech. I don't necessarily think you have to necessarily go down into kind of small cap biotech, which is much more binary in terms of the earnings potential. There's a lot of innovation going on at large pharma companies as well. But we think a broader kind of footprint or basket for healthcare is going to be able to take advantage of some of the innovative therapies that are available in the market, but also the demographic trends. There's a lot of demographic headwinds for a lot of different sectors. This is one that actually has a pretty strong demographic tailwind globally. And so we like having a lot of different types of exposure within the sector.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. You know how I always say I hate sector picks. Don't make me use a broad brushstroke. I think this might be one of the areas for the general investing public where it is absolutely the safest way to go to use the broad brushstroke, because the companies within those indices are so wildly different, and some of them are going to hit home runs and some of them are going to flame out, that if you want to play it, this really is the smart way to do it.
Yeah, to your point, I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time deciphering between a biotech, a pharma. I mean, the differentials there. And Shannon, to your point, about 20 million Americans, according to the CDC, have macular degeneration. So it is a broad-based drug. It's not a niche drug, as a lot of people may think. The terminology is not that familiar. Weiss, I know that was your excuse for doing some things you do, your macular degeneration and your cataracts. I know you also own Moderna. What do you think about this call on Regeneron and the healthcare sector in general?
First of all, I think it's kind of evident to the audience that you and Jenny should stay in your lane, not try to be funny. Leave that to me. Secondly,
I'm biting my tongue on the members only jacket.
Look, Regeneron. This is a high level sweater, Jenny. This is actual. You may not be familiar with this, but this is natural fiber.
We got to stay on the stocks. Go ahead, Weiss.
Okay, look, here's what I'm saying, Regeneron. I regret not owning it. It's a high quality company, always has been. It's got great management, visionary management, actually. However, when I looked at it more closely during COVID, Moderna was going to be my play, and that's worked out very nicely. And that's where I'll continue to be, because it's a technology company with a much higher hit rate, almost perfect, actually, in terms of what they've gone through in trials. For bringing drugs to the market. I agree with Jenny, although I have higher respect for our viewing public that they can discern what's a biotech versus a pharma company. It's pretty evident, and other areas of healthcare. So yes, if you're going to play biotech, do the XBI, do the BBI, do one of the indices, because you do need a basket risk management. But otherwise, I mean, you could buy a Merck. I don't own it. I sold it. It hasn't moved since I sold it. I do think healthcare. I love it because it's recession resistant. So you're going to see more and more dollars go into that as the economy worsens. And I think it'll form counter-cyclical and actually make money this year.
Your Weiss, good call on Moderna. Shares up about 14% over the last year. Michael Farr, I'm going to come over to you right now. You also have broad-based healthcare ownership, not Regeneron, but Abbott Labs, Becton Dickinson, CVS, Johnson & Johnson, list goes on. What's your take on this call on the stock?
On Regeneron, I like the stock. I wish I'd owned it, and I kind of feel the way Jenny does. I think it's probably a little bit late when a stock starts moving like this. But in terms of this sector, I think you've got to own it for, Frank, I really want to disclaim here. It worries the hell out of me when I start agreeing with Weiss. I want to say it, get it out there. Okay, but look, whether it's a pharmaceutical, this healthcare core, these are recession defensive stocks. We know the area. We know how the demographic in this country is moving. We know the prices in healthcare have been rising. So there's pricing power in these names. And I think in terms of balance sheets, they're fabulous. They're diversified. This is a place to hide, and I think also benefit as stock prices recover. I'm very happy I've got this core in my portfolio.
All right, we are watching healthcare today. The XLV fractionally down today. All right, up next is our chart of the day. This sector is headed for its worst week in just about 5 months. The committee debates what that could be signaling and how they're playing the space. That much more coming up on halftime. Stay with us.
Of course, you're a CIO in 2023, but you're ready because you've got the.
All right, so we're just watching markets consolidating at the highs. I have to run to the post office. It's about 5 minutes away. I'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. All right, folks, I got to run to the post office. We're still in this sideways pattern. SPY. Watch your stops. Looking for a move after lunch. Just consolidating here, SPY. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. SPY went nowhere. Paramount continues to ramp higher. Paramount 2030 still going. Paramount been trending all day. Looks good. FXI, looking for that to bounce off of VWAP. Looking for the Chinese stocks to follow through next week. China stocks. Baba, Baidu, IQ, among others. SPY. Now that I'm back, you can break out. FIS. Yeah, that looks good. FIS. Nice. FIS, nice one. I got filled while I was out on that dip. I went sideways. FIS. Got filled while I was out. Those are $4 now. Still going. SQ. Block. Let's see what those, yeah, SQ, block. The payment processors. Many of the payment processors look good. PayPal. All pulling away. PayPal, SQ, many. All right, let's see what Visa and MasterCard look like. Visa doing the same thing. MasterCard, same thing. All of these pushing higher. What about American Express, AXP? Bouncing. AXP. Excuse me. All right, so all the payment processors look pretty good. Paramount at the high, got somebody taking profits up there. Meta, high of the day. Meta, high of the day. All right, so this looks good. American Express, all of these processors look good. MasterCard, Visa, little profit taking at the highs. I don't like it sticking up here at 392. I just feel like it's going to drop off here. SPY. So SPY needs to break out. If it's going to break out, do it. Do it, do it, do it. Block, square. All right, looks pretty good for it's starting to move away. The 921 day is starting to pull away from the 50-day. All three are bullish in their trend. Square looks good. Block. Sector wise, still the strongest sectors are semiconductors, communications, metals and mining, retail, technology, consumer discretionary. We got about 90% of sectors green. Only sectors that are red are healthcare, utilities, and consumer staples. Defensive sectors are red. Defensive sectors, XLP, XLU, XLV, those are the only sectors that are weak today. The rest of the more offensive, bullish sectors, semiconductors, communications, metals and mining. Communications just ticked up a little bit higher, so that must mean that Meta is on the move. Meta having a good day, breaking this 5-day range. Meta breaking the range. You got trailing stops on Meta. This looks good. It's trying to get above, let's see, the high of the week. What's the high of the week here? High of the week. Last week. Looks like we're above it. Looks like we're above it. Okay, Meta. Looking for the break above 138.50 would do it, I would imagine. 138.50 on Meta. Other stocks like Riot and Mara are on the move. Riot and Mara. They pulled back. All right. Okay, so they look bullish. So this pullback in the evening session is a better opportunity. Probably wait until next week. No big deal. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin was trading above 21,000. All right, Bitcoin looking a hell of a lot better. Turning the corner. Bitcoin looking a lot better. Flagging, looking for a follow through. Despite the FTX debacle, there's a lot of people still interested in Bitcoin, especially off the lows. Where would you rather buy it at 64,000 or at 20,000, 21,000? All right, there's a little shakeout there. SPY jumping around here. 50-cent move there, back and forth, back and forth. Paramount, a little profit taking at the high. Meta still waiting for the breakout on the 2 and 5 minute charts. The hourly's on a buy. Meta. Qualcomm about to break out here. Qualcomm. It's been trending. Qualcomm at the high of the day here. So if you're thinking about selling, when I say breakout imminent, that's what I would sell into. Qualcomm. Looks good. Looks good for 127 next week. Qualcomm looking good. If you got a cell phone, you got a Qualcomm chip in there. Meta. What is Flex doing? Flex are those flexible circuit boards like you see in those Samsung phones. Nice bounce. That's on the watch list. Speaking of watch list, let's go see how the watch list is doing this week. For the week, okay, ALGM Microsystems still looking good here. ALGM. Okay, bounce after yesterday's pullback. Phillips 66. PSX looking good. Phillips 66. I know Nimesh, you were looking at MRO. MRO looking a lot better. MRO a lot better. Nimesh. Oil and gas stocks. Billy. It's just sitting there. It's not moving much, so I wouldn't do much with it. All right, DocuSign. That's been one on our radar over the last few weeks. DocuSign was a nice trade after this big move to start the end of December. Following through a nice little dip here. Looks like DocuSign is going to keep going. There goes Meta. Meta's on the move here. Meta. Watch Meta trying to break higher. All right, Meta's trying to take out the highs of that 5-day range. Looks like it's going to do it right here. Okay, watching it closely, Meta. Okay, so the watch list looks good. Nine, that one pulled back. Nine Energy Services. That's a little dip. Been trending since the breakout of this base. Here's your accumulation phase, phase one, phase two, 921, 50-day point up and to the right. This one's just been on a tear for the last 4 months. 9. Flex, Lattice Semiconductor, bounce, Lattice Semiconductor, Halliburton, we've been looking for it to follow through. Came back and tested the breakout area. Shopify, All right. Halliburton pulled back to a breakout level. Looks like it might follow through. What's Hess doing? Hess, H-E-S, Hess. All right, that's following through. PSX, Phillips 66 looking good. Oxy, OXY. Some of you were looking at puts on this one, I think. Oxy, Chevron, CVX. All of those bouncing. MRO. Taiwan Semi. Yeah, Corey, yeah, I could have waited on that one. Even if it dipped to, I think, what was it, Taiwan Semi? Yeah, I don't like buying the high today. I did buy some at the high, I do admit. Okay, over here. And did it pull back? It did pull back to VWAP, but now it's higher. I was looking for it to follow through, mainly because I was looking at the semis were in play. Yeah, when I did an analysis of Taiwan Semi, I was looking at it versus Nvidia, and I liked what I saw on Taiwan Semi, trading a discount. It was holding up very strong in this pattern right here. Still, it could pull back, in which case it'd probably get stopped out. But I like it above 87.50, bullish above 87.50, bearish. If it would have to drop to 77 or so, 88.50 or so to be more bearish. This looks pretty bullish. You can see that this sideways pattern, when Warren initially got into it, it did fade initially for a few weeks. So that would have shaken a lot of people out. So buying up here is a little bit more risky. Keeping an eye on it. Taiwan Semi. Actually, I might take it off here for a profit. Yeah, it's flat. It's flat, starting to fade a little bit. Taiwan Semiconductor. I was looking for semis to continue. SOXL. Showing strength coming off of a couple of days of weakness. Looking for a bounce. SMH. Semiconductors. Qualcomm, also strong. Qualcomm. Buyers coming in at the 9 and 21 day. This has been in a sideways range. So the best case scenario is we move up here to 128. Tag the 200 day. That's the top of the range. Bottom of the range is down here near 105, more or less 105 to 106. The middle of the range is right along the 50 day. 50 day is flat. We're above the 50 day and the 9 and 21 day. So I'm looking for this to head towards 127.50. That said, SPY is just sitting up here at the highs. No follow through yet. SPY. SPY just sitting here. When you look at SPY, it's just above the 50 day, but it wouldn't take much for them to start selling this back below the 50 day. That'd be $1 lower from here. It looks like that's what they're going to do right now. So whenever we start moving sideways and we can't seem to follow through and we're just above a major gamma level, especially on a Friday, it makes me a little nervous that the follow through is not continuing. So we're pulling back towards VWAP. That would be back below VWAP. Or, excuse me, back below 50-day. So let's see what they do here if they just keep selling it. All right.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so they are going to sell it. All right. Okay. Well, there you go. So the longer we stay up here, I hate when we get up, we get a nice move on a day, especially a Friday, and then we go sideways into lunch. That's almost always spells trouble. Almost always pull back unless we break out. So we never got the breakout that we were looking for above 192.40. A lot of stocks are pulling back with it. Taiwan Semi is another. Tesla in the bottom of its range, intraday. Tesla having a good day. Tesla's in a range. It's above VWAP. Following through. Higher lows. Want to get above this volume by price band. Most of the stocks on the watch list are up on the day. Okay, you can see what I'm looking for. All right, once we get, let me add a couple of volume by price bands here. Let me go to 15, see what that looks like. 15. Yeah, a little bit better. Okay, a little bit better. Okay, so we got this major resistance area overhead right in there. RSI needs to get above 50. Intermediate resistance are these lows here that gave way. Okay, but you can see this very large volume by price band where prices and a lot of the volume traded, most of the volume is green versus blue, or versus red rather. Okay, so we're moving above this area. Good risk reward zone. All right, SPY's bouncing. All right, so getting the bears to bite. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, we need to get RSI above 50. SPY getting some people to cover, shorts to cover there. Yeah, this year I'm going to focus on buying bullish stocks in the evening session, day trading in the morning, scalping in the morning, and then look for entries, re-entries on pullbacks during the lunchtime period between, say, 11:30 and 2 o'clock. Day trade in the morning. Meta had a nice run up the first 40 minutes or so, and then it's been consolidating. Look for Meta to continue Tesla. Wow, that was a pretty nice reversal on SPY, huh? Watch Meta here with this bounce. Looking for a breakout on Meta. All right, so Tesla looks good. Let's see, do I have a markup on Meta? I think I do. Yeah, it's really pretty. Very pretty looking chart. Meta. Okay, looks good. Clearing that 5-day range would be awesome. You're welcome, Corey. Yeah, I probably could have waited a little bit longer on TSM. I did like the fact that the sector strength on a Friday, we had sector strength, semis were leading. Meta, looking for a breakout in Meta. Nice. Nice. All right, SPY, chopping around here. It's an OPEX. It's an OPEX Friday for the month. We bounced back up to 392. Sellers coming back in again.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, we just took out that low on a previous pullback. Coming back to VWAP.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right. So we see resistance overhead. Meta. Meta. I see you guys looking at Roblox. It's kind of interesting. My son sold it above 100 just after it, I guess, IPO'd. And what else did he want to buy? We sold it into that strength. Actually, he sold it over here right after the IPO. We were into this a few weeks. Went sideways, popped up. Now it looks pretty good. Roblox apparently making money. Somebody was talking positive. I think it was Bryn in CNBC's halftime show. She was talking about Roblox. It was either her or Shannon, I believe. Roblox. Yeah, I like to see it above the 200-day. Once it gets above the 200-day, I could wait a little longer. Gets above the 200-day, we'd probably see 47. If you wanted to do this early, if I was going to take 1,000 shares, I'd probably do 100 shares. Look for ABCD patterns like John is looking at. Okay, looking for that higher low. I just wish the markets were more bullish right now. They've been moving sideways and dipped in the last 20 minutes. So I'm going to wait on adding to anything. Social media stocks, SOCL. Social media stocks, that trades really thin. SOCL. Yeah, this guy's all over the place. Waller. In one sentence, he says that Rate hikes will continue if inflation rises again. And before that, he said the market's perception of the terminal rate is not far from where we are. So, kind of mixed messages there. Yeah, what are you going to do? Right now, as Grover said this morning, there was a heavy buying in the big cap tech names. I'm more interested in what they're actually buying. All right, social media. This one's already SOM SOCL, the ETF, social media ETF. That one's already breaking higher. You can't trade off of this using a 2-minute chart. It's just ridiculous amount of gappiness. 60-minute. Yeah, that could easily drop off. But it is trending, so that's a good tell for these stocks that are holding up fairly well. Qualcomm moving a bit higher. All right, stocks are just sitting here doing nothing. Nothing. I don't like when they do this because the fade is so much easier when there's no volume coming in. SPY. All right, then we got this fade back to VWAP. We hit this high and just went sideways for too long without breaking higher. That always makes me nervous that we're going to pull back. We finally pulled back. All right, watching Meta here. Meta's trying to break higher. Watch Meta. Tesla. Meta's trying to break out here. Meta keeps trying to push this upper envelope. What's Dino doing? Dynamite. Dino. Off the highs of the session. Dino making higher lows, higher highs is what we're looking for on Dino. There goes SPY. Watch Meta for the breakout. SPY pushing higher. All right, Meta looking for the breakout. I'd sell some in the strength if you got today's, if you're trading options on it. Look for this breakout. Okay, Meta looking for the breakout. As SPY is pushing higher. What happened to my, there we go. Okay, SPY back up to the highs. Meta looks like it wants to go here. Okay, Meta's trying to break that upper level there. I know.
As Wallace says, you can't put a lot of weight on just a few months of inflation data.
There goes Meta. Meta breaking out. Meta's breaking out. There goes your Meta breakout. Trying to break out. Let's see if they got stops up here. If we reverse it, false breakout, or if it continues. Watching very closely Meta. There goes SPY. I didn't expect that to happen. I expected it to happen earlier in the day, preferably before 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Instead, we went sideways and it dipped. I probably got a lot of shorts in there. Still don't think this is going to break out, but we'll see. 395 is a major area on SPY. Dino's going.
Fed Wallace says that global central bank tightening has been staggered and is limiting
There goes SPY.
High took alert plus 800.
Boom. There goes Meta. All right, so we felt that the SPY could move higher. These big cap techs would keep going. They would break out, and vice versa. If the big cap tech stocks broke out, then we'd see SPY move higher. That's exactly what's going on right now. FIS looks good. Wow. Nice move on SPY here.
Extreme high took alert.
Holy smackerels. Nice move.
Fed Wallace says looking forward, rates are restrictive and pretty close to sufficiently restrictive.
Extreme high took alert.
Fed Wallace says if the markets are right and inflation is coming down, that is great news and would have no problem changing policy. Noticing the S&P 500 extending gains as Wallace speaks here, currently up over 1%. Fed Wallace says we are talking about maybe 75 more basis points of hikes based on the SEP and then a pause. That's Fed Wallace says we're talking about maybe 75 basis points or more of hikes based on the summary of economic projections and then a pause. Fed Wallace says I'd need 6 months of data and then not just 3 to pause as well. And Fed Wallace says, I think we can have slow growth and not a recession and achieve on our inflation goals. If there is a recession, it would be mild and short-lived. Fed Wallace says the balance sheet reduction is running in the background.
All right, nice pop here.
Fed Wallace says the biggest effect from balance sheet runoff was with the announcements already priced into the market.
FXI having a big day today. FXI, big day today. Going away from VWAP. FXI.
Fed Wallace says most likely will start slowing balance sheet runoff when reserves at 10 to 11% of GDP.
All right, Meta.
Waller adds that then we'll start feeling around about when to stop balance sheet runoff. Fed Waller says there's no problem continuing balance sheet runoff after stopping raising rates.
All right, looking good. Still flagging on Waller comments, Fed Waller. I don't think Waller has a voting, doesn't vote, just comments.
Fed Waller says my rule of thumb on reserves is when reserves are 8 or 9%, things were fine.
Qualcomm, high today. Qualcomm. Qualcomm pulling away from VWAP. Taiwan Semi pulling away from VWAP. SOXL, semiconductors pulling away from VWAP.
As well as a shrinking balance sheet won't limit the Fed's flexibility on rates. So that's Waller there saying a shrinking balance sheet will not limit the Fed's flexibility on rates.
SPY breaking out. There goes SPY. We're trading 3-to-1 up by him. Tick cumulative is green.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, 4.5-to-1 up by him on the futures. NASDAQ, 4.1. All right, I go. Man, nice move here. SPY, nice move. Meta pushing higher. Apple. Meta. All right, looking good here. Headed for 395, looks like. All right, we've got Taiwan Semi coming out of a squeeze on the short time frames. TSM coming out of a squeeze. Qualcomm is still going. Qualcomm. Qualcomm looking good. Qualcomm looking really good coming off of that pullback from yesterday. Looking for a test of 127 next week. All right, pulling back from the high. Meta. Nice break of that range on Meta for the past 5 trading days. What's Google doing? Google just off the highs of the session. Google having a pretty good day. Pulling away from VWAP now. Looking for Google to pull away from VWAP.
Fed's Wallace's in the last few months have been, I have seen a decline in shipping costs, which has put downward pressure on prices. And Fed's Wallace says that both demand and supply have been contributors to inflation. Fed's job is to push down on demand. And Fed's Wallace says, I'm not a fan of a central bank digital currency.
Cosmo Health. Cosmo Health, that one's on the move. I see Cayman, you're trading it. Cosmo Health on the move here. Volume coming in. Meta at the high of the day. Meta. Google. Pushing the high of the day. Google. All right, so SPY continuation, SPY continuation. All right, most stocks are getting bought end of day. That's very interesting.
Fed's Waller says policy lags are no longer 12 to 18 months as they once were.
Apple's going. Apple going. Going vertical here. All right, so Apple most likely got a lot of shorts covering. Didn't drop below the 21 day. Looks like we're going to head higher here on Apple.
Fed's Waller says lags tend to be 9 to 12 months. Fed's Waller says I expect to see most of the policy impact coming through in the next quarter or so. US Treasury Secretary Yellen reveals that she discussed a wide range of issues with China's Liu, raised concerns about the lack of progress on debt relief.
All right. Apple, FXI, the Chinese stocks, well, might double up on this next week sometime. Wait for these to get a little bit, well, it consolidated for 6, 7, 8 days now. So breaking higher, that looks good. BABA and stocks on the Chinese ETFs, in the Chinese ETFs, big cap 25. All of these moving higher. Baidu, BABA, JD.com, Pinduoduo. All right, Qualcomm, Google. These having a good day. Qualcomm and Google. Just pushing higher. Qualcomm. Google trying to push a bit higher. Meta at the high of the day. Qualcomm still going. Looks good on the daily. After a little dip yesterday, taking out yesterday's high. NVIDIA, Apple. Wow, everything's looking good. All right, SPY still looking good. We're trading 5-to-1 up volume,
US
NASDAQ.
Treasury Secretary Yellen just confirms that US Congress must raise the debt ceiling, and that failure to do so would put the US in default.
All right, NASDAQ is trading 5-to-1 up volume now. Okay, looking really good. All right, Meta. Fading at the high, Meta. A little bit of a fade here. Looking for a higher high. Meta looks good. VIX still hanging tough at 1968. All right, looking good. All right, we're just sitting here watching with 2 hours to go, less than 2 hours to go. Redfin, looking for that to follow through. Redfin, cheap name, looking for a follow through. Meta fading at the high. Look like a little profit taking at the highs here. Taiwan Semi pulling away from VWAP. TSM pulling away from VWAP. There goes SPY. Nice move here on SPY. We got 2 hours to go. Still got 2 hours to go. Hour and 50 minutes. Five and a half to 1, 5.5 to 1 up volume on the NYS, the NASDAQ. Tick cumulative is green. There goes SPY. All right, so 395 is the area where we're concentrating. Our focus, 395. $39.50, then 200 day. Big move today. So this looks a lot better than it did yesterday. That's for sure. Wednesday, Thursday, it looked really bad for the indices. The only caveat was that if they did manage to close this above the 200 day, that it would change things quite a bit. SPY back above.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says that China's response on debt was constructive and they are willing to work towards progress.
All right, so that looks really good. The S&P looks really good. Love to see us close up here. Every once in a while, we'll get some profit taking into this ramp higher. So it would be a big plus if the index can close back above the 200-day moving average. Note that the other indices that we've been focused on also above the 200-day moving average. No big surprise there. S&P tends to lead. All right, we're above the 200-day for the last 2 weeks. We dipped below it, tested the 50-day. 200-day is the red line, pushing higher. Love to see us take out that pivot high at 6,100 next week. This is the S&P Equal Weight Index. Number of stocks above the 50-day have turned sharply back to the upside. There goes SPY. Meta squeeze breakout. NVIDIA. Apple. All right, so following through, Redfin high today. Meta high of the day. Pulling away from VWAP. Meta is going now. Meta is going. All right, Meta's looking good. Meta, Meta, Meta. Meta's going. Breakout. Okay, SPY at the high of the day, a little fade. All right. Most stocks are lifting up and to the right, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Okay, we got more than an hour and 40 minutes to go. Hour and 38 minutes to go. Netflix ripping here. Netflix. Netflix coming out of a squeeze. There goes Netflix. Netflix day after earnings. Sat here for most of the day, and then it's taken off. Starting to go now. Five to one. Five to one. Five to one on the volume. Up volume is leading. 5 to 1 on the NASDAQ. 4 to 1 on the NYSE. Netflix coming out of a squeeze, pushing higher. All right, nice.
seen is rather than the 3 to 4 month survival, we've seen a 21-month median overall survival.
So France's President Macron and Germany's Chancellor Scholz says that Europe must become more sovereign. So they're telling Faz News here.
So just to put this in perspective, today in January, if a patient had been diagnosed with failing their checkpoint inhibitor therapy, very likely on average those patients wouldn't live past Easter, for example. However, the patients on our trial have lived through a Christmas, from January through Christmas, most of them through a second Christmas and continuing. So very compelling and very encouraging data today. In the second arm of this trial, we're looking at patients who would traditionally be going on to checkpoint inhibitor therapy. In these patients, the response rates are less than 25%, and the reported historical overall survival for these patients is less than 12 months. In these patients on our trial, we have today really seen about almost a 90% response rate in these patients.
Spokesman for Sunak says the Prime Minister has acknowledged it was a mistake and says he will comply with the police fine. Being Britain, you can see contesting the steering wheel's on the other side of the car. He was not driving, but still always belt up.
Even in the back seat, he should belt it. And he's the Prime Minister, and he's got to set an example for everybody else. So if you do the crime, you got to pay the fine.
Thanks, Beretta.
All right, thank you. 90 minutes left in the trading day. Let's get caught up here on the markets. We've got stocks and bonds and commodities to get to, plus that big gain in Netflix. Bob Pisani gets us kicked off with some green across the board, Bob.
It's looking good here. We are ending the week on a positive note. We're down for the week, but we're up almost 3% for the month. Just take a look at the bounce back we've had after some poor earnings yesterday. The S&P leaderboard, Synchrony Financial, Capital One. Remember what happened the other day? Of course, we had some of the card names Discover disappointed, and so a lot of these big card names like Amex, Capital One, Synchrony, all were down. Well, they're all bouncing back. Now, KeyCorp also disappointed a little bit on its earnings.
Just put the Faz News piece out on the feed again. Joint statement from France's President Macron as well as Germany's Chancellor Scholz on European sovereignty. So that is on the feed for those interested.
Also on the board amongst the leadership. The laggers today, it's kind of a strange little group. Goldman Sachs was doing well, and then right in the middle of the day, we had reports that the Federal Reserve was investigating Goldman's consumer business to determine whether the bank had safeguards in place as it ramped up the lending. That stock dropped in the middle of the day. Eli Lilly was down after the FDA rejected an Alzheimer's candidate. Boy, the pharma stocks are having a tough time with it this year. A lot of them are down 4, 5, 6%. Lilly's down about 6% for the year. These defensive stocks are having a hard time. And look at what's going on with Conagra and Smuckers. These the consumer names are just having a tough time for the start of the year overall. Smuckers is down about 7% for this year. People want growth. So look at the S&P 500. As I mentioned, down for the week, but up about 3%. And it's the growth stuff. Semiconductors are up 11% in the last 3 weeks. Most big cap tech stocks, with the single exception of Microsoft, also trading to the upside. Communication services stronger. Consumer discretionary. You know, guys, what this looks like? It looks like 2021 to me. All the consumer defensive names not doing much, and all the good stocks are rallying in the first 3 weeks. Guys, back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Now we go to the bond market. A big jump in yields today. Take a look at the 10-year note. Getting close to 3.5%. We did get some hawkish comments from Victor Waller last hour, and that's
NYMEX WTI crude February futures settled at $81.31 a barrel, that's up 98 cents or 1.22%. And NYMEX diesel February futures at $3.46 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas February futures are settling at $3.17. Which is noticing gains extending in the S&P 500 index, currently up 1.4%.
Meantime, energy stocks also higher on the week. We did hear from SLB today, reporting the highest EPS
We've seen
CNBC is so confused.
And announcing a succession plan for its leadership team. Let's bring in Mark Douglas, CEO of Mountain, and Needham senior analyst Laura Martin returning with us. Once again, it's great to see you. Laura, let me begin with you. Because they gave this incredibly optimistic view on what they were able to do signing up new subscribers, did it persuade you that now might be a good time to get into Netflix?
They were just saying it's a bad time to get into Netflix. Now they're saying it's a good time to get into Netflix. Spy still going here? NVIDIA having a nice follow through day.
There's a program on traditional television that the family wants to watch, and then what do you?
Spy high of the day.
Mark, you and Ryan Reynolds picked Netflix.
Meta continuation.
You're winning because of it. Congratulations.
Netflix.
Today, would you still pick Netflix?
Well, certainly the stock price a year ago it was a lot more attractive than it is now. But I think what you're saying is Netflix traditionally has led in the media business. Like a lot of the innovations you've seen in streaming have come from Netflix. And I think now you're seeing with the management change they're making, they're gearing up to lead some more. And so, yeah, I would invest in the management team at Netflix for them to navigate the ad business, for them to navigate the password sharing, and to essentially generate more growth. And so I think that any investor looking at Netflix now, it's a good time.
Given the ad landscape right now, where we're seeing so many companies worried about what's coming down the pike, and in fact, Laura and I were talking earlier about that happening with Google and what's happening with YouTube and the search ads and all of that. Is it now a good time for Netflix to be launching the ad part of this business?
Well, I think they have. Is that for me? Or is that?
Yeah.
All right, so got a nice little follow through here.
I think they have.
Nice follow through.
I mean, in terms of is it the best time? In some ways, it's not. And the reason for that is you have a lot of supply coming into the market from Netflix, from Disney Plus, but you're seeing demand pulled back on the behalf of especially large brand advertisers. So those big brand advertisers responding to macroeconomic conditions are just generally definitely not increasing their spend, and they, in a lot of cases, are decreasing it. So that classically sets up for a price war, a decrease in price.
Get a little profit taking at the highs. We have an hour and 24 minutes to go. Apple at the high today.
Which all lead you to say this is not the time to get into Netflix. What would change your opinion? What would you like to see that would make you go, this stock, even after its run-up, is investable to me?
So it's trading at 33 times PE on this year, and it's has some growth deceleration. It was 4% in the most recent, which means to get to double-digit growth, you must have price increases of 8% every single year. I don't think that can happen. So what I would want to see is not only the ability to raise price, which apparently they can, I would want to see user or sub growth. Users would be fine if they're ad driven, no problem. But since they say advertising is not going to be meaningful, I don't know how many users are getting in their ad driven tier, just not sure. I would like to see both user growth and pricing growth.
Do they have to have big mega hits to drive subscriber growth, Laura, like Harry and Meghan, Glass Onion, whatever?
It's a hit-driven business, and Wall Street hates hit-driven businesses because they're not annuity streams.
Right.
And the fact is, Mark, we've seen other streamers decide that they're going to dole out big hits episode by episode and make you
Nice day today.
I'm assuming it's because they don't want everybody going in, binge watching it, and then canceling the service after 1 month. Is Netflix going to be able to continue to allow people
SPY still pushing higher.
hits that may drive new subscriber growth?
Flagging again.
So I always think of Netflix as they're the service you watch when there are no big hits on any place else. So they have their own hits, but they have so much content that when you just turn on the TV and you're just looking for something to watch, you generally, from my perspective, you go to Netflix. And that's why there have been every household's kind of number one choice for streaming. So I think hits are important. They have driven a business.
SPY still going here.
I think that they are really the core reason you get Netflix. And so for that reason, they can continue to release all the shows at one time. And also, I just wanted to add on Laura's comment on the previous question. I agree with Laura that driving subscriber growth to get to those numbers is going to be difficult, but I also think Netflix is sandbagging expectations in terms of their ad business. Jeremy Gorman and the team there were at Snap, they were at Disney, Hulu. They know how to build multi-billion-dollar ad businesses, and I think you'll see that develop faster than Netflix is setting expectations.
Mark Douglas, Laura Martin, it's great to talk to both of you. Thank you very much. You know what I'm noticing, Tyler? We've got these setups here.
Yeah.
I look like I'm looking at Mark. I look like I'm looking at Laura, but they can't see that. So you have to say somebody's name. Mark's like, is that for me?
They can't see
Yeah,
you. No,
right.
no,
Like, and now everyone who's listening on Sirius is saying, Contessa, what are you talking about? But this is the way it works. I love our new reality.
All right, let's move on to the busy week for the market. Several Fed officials weighing in on the future of the economy.
SPY still going here.
How to position your portfolio ahead of the
SPY still going. Netflix, Google, running the upper bands on Google, running those upper bands. NVIDIA doing the same, running the upper bands. So is Apple, running those upper bands. What a great day on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still going. Apple, running those upper bands. Nice day today for Apple. Okay, starting to see a little profit taking right here on this candle. Nice move on SPY. Got plenty of time left in the day. 1 hour and 20 minutes. 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. Nice work there, Listar. Wow, this is really nice. Really nice. SPY keeps extending a bit more. Meta looks good on the 60-minute. Okay, we get a little push Markets push higher, a little bit of profit taking in there. And then we see another push. Looks like we're going to pop again. SPY. Nice follow through. Apple.
Stocks near session highs right now. The Nasdaq has just poked into positive territory for the week. Still negative on the S&P 500 and Dow. However, the market's focus clearly on the Fed, but earnings will be coming in hot and heavy over the next couple of weeks as well. Let's bring in David Wagner, Aptus Capital Portfolio Manager. David, we're 3 weeks basically into the new year. What is the stock market trying to tell us?
Apple looking really nice here. Continuation on Apple. Apple on the daily. All right, Apple looks like it could keep going towards the 200-day. Looking for 10 points on Apple. Back to the 200-day. Mean reversion.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I'm not saying that we could beat last year's low water mark of the S&P 500 by 18%. It means I think that investors are underestimating the duration of a low return environment moving forward. I mean, I think our minds as investors are calibrated to think in V-shaped recoveries, and I just don't really see that happening here right now.
Google looking good. Google. Google looking good here. Having a nice bullish day today. Continue pushing against that upper band. Google's still going. Yep, looking good on Meta. Kumo breakout. Meta. Meta on the breakout. Kumo breakout. Yeah, looking really nice. Got Kumo flipped.
So let's talk two specific stocks here. Broadcom, which you say has yield, and American Tower Corp.
Yeah, so I think we'll start with the AMT here right now because that's probably my most recent purchase in my high conviction portfolio. And obviously it is in the real estate sector, and that is a yield-rich sector. But I'll be very honest with you, Contessa, it's been actually brutally battling over the last year as the valuation has really come in and inversely correlated with the rising interest rates. Now, I don't want to say that this is a play on that.
Okay, a little bit of profit taking coming in now.
So I think that could really get this stock going. But overall, it's a really long-term holding. I don't mind buying it. Sell-side estimates are a touch bit higher. Regarding the year yield, they've been increasing their dividend yield by 12% over the last 3 years on an annualized basis. 3.5% dividend yield. I think you get 8 to 9% growth here, so that is definitely over our watermark for ownership.
David Wagner with Aptus Capital. Thank you. Appreciate that. After the break here, our final piece of today's tech-powered puzzle. Apple suppliers are struggling as the company shifts more of its component production in-house. More on that straight ahead.
Okay, looking for more. Can we get more out of this market today? Google still pushing. Nice. Yeah. Let's see what Google looks like. Google Kumo breakout as well. Leastar. Kumo breakout on Google. Twist about to give us a Kumo twist here. And the volume is really good on Google as well.
Welcome back. The last up on this tech train ride, we've talked Google's layoffs and Netflix earnings. Now let's hit Apple, shall we? The company releasing several new products this week, demonstrating it is increasing reliance on in-house components rather than third-party suppliers. Steve Kovac.
All right, Google looking good. Meta looking good.
Going to be good for Apple, I would think would be a death knell for other suppliers.
It could be, and Contessa, we're already seeing this to a degree. Just a couple years ago, they said, look, we're eventually going to phase out Qualcomm modems as our main modem inside the iPhone. And then we got a report just last week saying they're thinking about doing the same for the Wi-Fi chips that are made
SPY fading now.
another stock that took a hit.
I'd take some profits off. Google at the highs.
20% revenue exposure to Apple, so that's big. Then there are just a slew of other more minor names that maybe not common household names. Qorvo is one of them. Momentum, for example, they make the face. All of these companies, Sony, Samsung, Sharp, you name it, they all have significant revenue. One thing to watch for as Apple thinks they can start bringing more of these components in-house. These are the names to watch.
All right, Netflix is starting to break the 9 EMA daily. 2-minute chart. SPY.
So let's talk about the Qualcomm modem, for example. They set up shop in San Diego, Qualcomm's backyard. They bought Intel's old modem business.
All right, SPY starting to break the uptrend. I'd take some profits off.
Tired of paying Qualcomm a few bucks for every iPhone we sell because of this licensing agreement they have with them, and they're going to do it in-house. Now it sounds like that report that we got last week saying they're going to do the same.
Take some more profits off into strength. All right, these profit taking dips are taking a little bit longer each time, so we're getting close. Getting close. Google, I'd take some profits off on Google if you traded it today.
What about Apple? What's Apple doing on the scenario to what we've seen is that the shareholders seem to like it.
Yeah, and the first thing you got to look at, Contessa, is how much did they hire in the pandemic compared to their rivals? Not as much. I think it was during the 3 years, end of 2019 through the beginning, something like they only grew 20%. We haven't charted this. The others grew, Amazon grew 100% during the pandemic. So they didn't grow as rapidly and they hired.
All right, Google, I'd take some profits off here. All right, we're not going to, it looks like we're not going to make it up to the high unless SPY turns. Right now, it's popping back up to the high again. All right, so that looks good.
So let's go back to sort of item number one for Apple. They want to cut their dependence on these other suppliers. Got it. Do they want to cut their dependence on Chinese manufacturing? And when are they going to be brave enough to actually say that?
Yeah, they can't right now. I mean, it's just physically impossible and financially impossible for them to do it. Over a decade ago, they set up the supply chain such that they're reliant. The iPhone City, where we saw all those protests last fall, that's where the hype. That's the core. That's it. It's not it, but it's almost it. It's almost it. That's why they're fewer iPhones than they thought they were going to sell last year because they had all their eggs in that one basket. Ways that they are, trying to alleviate that pressure, but again, it's China, and they're stuck at the whims of whatever the COVID policy might be, whatever their worker policy might be, and they're learning that lesson the hard way over the last year and a half.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. Have a great weekend.
You too, guys.
Good to see you. All right, still to come to round up this big tech rundown. Our three-stop lunch trader will tell us whether she is buying Alphabet and a couple of others. We'll be right back.
Dino, I took some profits there on Dino. Thank you, Astro, for the heads up on Dino 2 days ago. Yesterday, Dino. Okay, I just took a little profits off there. It's through the 50-day. I'm looking forward to consolidate. Could very well just follow through tomorrow, next week. Just reducing exposure. Reducing some exposure here, and we'll reassess it next week. Probably going to see some follow-throughs. I'd just like to take some things off. Same thing with FXI. Probably continues next week. Might take some profits there. FXI took some profits. I'm keeping the ad from this AM this morning. FXI, I added to it. So first in, first out. Meta, that's a nice little move on Meta. Meta, just going to keep some, I'll probably hold on to this one. Meta, I'll probably hold on to this one. Just broke out of a 5-day range, so probably see a follow-through day maybe. Okay, so we already consolidated for a week, 5 days. We're popping today, so I'm anticipating that maybe we'll see the momentum take us at least a little bit higher on Monday. So I'll leave this one on. I got shares anyway.
Trade us or trade them. I hope I'm not getting traded here. Ava Otto, she's Chief Investment Strategist at ER Shares. Ava, it's great to talk to you. Let's start with Alphabet.
SOXL, I took a little profits off there. Okay, had a nice pop here. We're probably going to follow through next week. All right, so from earlier this morning, you get a nice entry on SOXL. It's up 75 cents on the day. Paramount looks good. Real estate sector pushing higher. Real estate.
Let's move on to number 2, which is Wayfair. It's laying off workers too. It doesn't want to be left out here. 1,750 workers. What do you think?
Another buy. I think their earnings today is a good signal for their viability and their future growth.
All right, SPY still going here. SPY.
High took alert plus 800.
They're going to push this to the end. Nice. Oh my gosh, look at this move. Look at this. Nice. Qualcomm pushing back up. Meta following through. Meta with a squeeze right here. Meta continuation on Meta.
Extreme high took alert.
Meta got a nice squeeze on. Breaking out of the squeeze. Meta. Wow. Holy crap. Look at the markets go. SPY. SPY new high of the day. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Look at this market.
Look at that price performance there, up 15%. Ava Ados, thank you so much for joining us today and giving us your perspective.
Well, there's the Dow up 222 points near the highs of the day. For the month so far, curiously, the Dow is basically flat, up 0.25%. Similar gains for other
Extreme high took alert.
see it on your screen right there.
Berkshire Hathaway going.
30th anniversary of the inauguration of Bill Clinton.
How can I be that old?
Business fact that you'll get to us in how much everybody.
Closing bell starts now.
All right, Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. Berkshire been down the last couple of days, making new highs here on the day. Berkshire pulled back in between the 50 and the 200 day. Looking for it to get back above 310 next week. Real estate XLRE, that one's pushing higher. XLRE, retail, real estate, nice hammer, hanging man.
Take a look at the S&P 500, though, and where it now sits. We've got this little lift for 39.
GDX, the gold miners, started a position earlier in the week. GDX. Looking for a breakout of this range, similar to what happened with Meta earlier. Looking for a breakout here of the range. That's what happened with Meta. Now it's going. GDX. Gold miners. I'd rather play gold miners. All right, SPY's going ballistic here. SPY's just ripping it. Ripping it. All right, GDX gold miners. This broke out of Kumo. Kumo's on a bullish trend.
That's a different pattern than these times when you more or less hightailed it to a new
We'll see if that actually makes much of a difference. We are obviously seeing toggling between potential for a hard economic landing and a soft one. No determining verdict on that yet, but clearly the market day to day. Those two scenarios. Take a look at corporate credit spreads specifically.
Extreme high tick alert.
And it really engage on how much the Fed has done to tighten financial conditions in a short period of time. So spreads shot higher here as the Fed raised rates. That means people are demanding more return in exchange for the risk. When spreads are going down, that means risk appetites are going higher, and corporate credit is getting less expensive. And you see this little drop more recently. It's about 5.3% right here on the.
All right, man, look at this damn market. Holy smokes. We got an hour to go. Just less than an hour to go. 57 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday the 20th, OPEX Friday for the month of January. On Monday, we'll have the dealers and market makers will have less to hedge against because all of that options volume and gamma that expires, deltas that expire, they'll now be able to reset. All right, so this looks pretty good. Gold miners, Google. Wow, what a nice day, huh? Google following through. Google still pushing here. SPY still pushing. Very nice day today. Very nice. Thank you very much. SPY popping up to the highs.
Inflation is not going to just miraculously melt away. It's going to be a slower, harder slog to get inflation down. And therefore, we have to keep rates higher for longer and not start cutting rates by the end of the year.
The Fed and the market are about 72 basis points apart in their view of the funds rate for year-end. Average Fed forecast 5.13. The market has the Fed raising to 490 and then cutting back down to around 442. Waller also said he needs 6 months of improving inflation data before he's going to pause. He's got 3 already, so a ways to go. He said rates still are pretty close to fiscally restricted, but he has a ways to go on that. And he said, hey, he'd be the happiest man around if he was wrong about this. It's easy for the Fed easier for the Fed to cut if it's wrong on the inflation outlook. Waller joined in his speech other Fed officials in supporting a 25 basis point rate hike at the upcoming meeting, and the market now trades with an 80% probability of that happening. And after days and weeks of Fed speak, well, central bank is now in its quiet period before the meeting. But the key next week, the Fed's preferred inflation indicator comes out on Friday, and
wow, what a day! What a day!
Which is what he says the market is looking for here.
Market's certainly leading that way or hoping in that direction. And Steve, let me just make the case that, yes, if you look at year-end, the market is relatively far apart from where the Fed is saying that they're like
Microsoft at the high of the day.
Way there, in terms of where we're getting to, in terms of a peak Fed funds rate, it doesn't seem that big a spread, right? I mean, if you're going at 20
Apple running the upper Bollinger Bands. Apple running those upper Bollinger Bands. So is SPY. Apple running the upper Bollinger Bands. Okay, running that upper Bollinger Band. Apple, look at RSI. Strength of trend. Apple, 134 up to 137. Nice big move today. Still going. Holy smokes, what the hell is going on here? Look at this volume coming in. Nice. Hey, Paolo, how you doing? Look at this frickin' market. I almost said the F word.
Joining us now for more on the economy and the economist Mike Ferroli. And Mike, just to weigh in right there on the discussion whether the market, in fact, is, I wouldn't say too hopeful about rate cuts because maybe what the market is saying is there's a high enough risk that the economy
Yeah, right? Right? All right, there goes the index is moving higher. This is crazy. What the hell are these people talking about in CNBC? Tesla high of the day.
High took alert plus 800.
Apple. Apple going. Wow, this is really impressive. A very impressive Friday. Needed one of these Fridays.
So you feel like they want to see the actual effect in the employment data before they're willing to back away?
Too many duds on Friday. This is a great way to end the week. You want to say hello? You want to say hello? Hmm? You're a good cat. Why are you sitting in my chair? You got to get out of my chair. I have to sit down. I know you love me. Okay. I didn't think I would ever like cats, but I tell you, these two I'm attached to. All right, nice follow through. Supposedly, cats give you good energy. When you, no, don't you even think about getting on my chair. Just because I stood up for 2 seconds. They supposedly bring you good energy. When you need energy, they come around. When you don't, they just walk away. Meta still going. Meta going for 140. Couple of pennies away. Wow, what a day. Very nice day. I'll be happy to clear the board. I got a few options that aren't, they didn't do anything. January options. I've had Bank of America January options since February, March. Never sold them. This just went sideways. Didn't go anywhere. The 40 call out of the money. That's going to expire worthless. Let's see what else here. RLMD, that never worked out. That was one that we were looking at. Mondo, we were looking at RLMD. After this gap down, we're looking for it to start moving higher. It's finally moving higher today, RLMD. The options aren't doing that well, though. RLMD. Having a good day. Wow. Through 395, SPY through 395, expecting some resistance here, 395. Holy smokes.
Attempting to achieve here. Mike, great to talk to you. Appreciate the time today. Likewise. Mike Burley at JP Morgan. Goldman Sachs taking a midday plunge after the Wall Street Journal said the Fed is looking into its consumer banking business.
Look at this market. Yeah, they're good. They're good. These two are good. They'll sit. They'll sit. What are you looking for? You're looking for food, right? That's why you're being nice to me. All right. All right. Market's moving higher. Look at this nutty market, huh?
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. We've had the opposite lately. Had the opposite where we had a couple of days where we just gave back everything and dropped pretty hard. Yeah, looks good there, Paulo. Definitely. Silver pushing higher.
Extreme high tick alert.
Oh my gosh. All right, let me look at silver. Silver pushing off here. Should push higher next week, I would think, silver. Skills. Oh, another one, skills. I had that for a good bit of the year. Skills. That was one of Kathy Wood's trades. Making a nice move over the last few days. Lots of volume down here. It's probably Kathy buying skills. I had a $2 call for a good bit of this part over here in May and June. Thought it was going to take off.
Extreme high tick alert.
Those will expire worthless January 2 calls on skills. I didn't want to buy the shares. I just wanted to buy options. That way, the most I could lose was the cost of my option, which looks like, I forget what I pay for these. 50 cents, so no big deal. No big deal there. SPY's still going. So there's going to be some things that will clear the boards with all these 120, January 20 positions. Also had some MJ, which is a serial disappointer. MJ, the marijuana ETF. I had the MJ January
plus 800.
January 6 call, so we won't make that on this last move here. I bought the in the money January 6 calls, didn't get stopped out. Thought it might bounce, didn't happen.
Extreme high tick alert.
Wow, look at this damn market. This is nuts. So those will expire worthless too. I'll clear out some of these options that I've had. Apple just gone straight up. Look at Apple. Apple straight up in the air.
Of this probe might be? What parts of the consumer operations seem like they're under scrutiny here?
So the probe is broad and it's focused on
Extreme high tick alert.
Wow, amazing. Nice day today.
consumer business broadly to determine whether the bank had appropriate safeguards in place, essentially as it was ramping up lending. So this is broad and this started as part of a normal review process back in 2021 that then actually became an investigation starting last year.
Interesting. So, you know, the markets business, the consumer lending and deposit taking was relatively new, and I'm sure.
These cats, too funny. All right, at the highs of the day, maybe take a little profits off the table into strength, reassess the markets next week, depending on what your plan is. My plan is it's the first month of the year, clearing a bunch of options that I've had for a while that are worthless, unfortunately. That happens, but the ones that win make up for the ones that lose most of the time if you do If you're buying dips, I made the I won't say made the mistake, but I could have bought TSM on dips. It never really pulled back to a low. Taiwan Semi never pulled back to an area where I would consider it a dip to buy. So right over here, I bought it right in this zone right in here. Let's see, what time did I buy it? Let's see, Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi.
Probably took on more than we should have, too much too quickly. But I think we now have a very good deposits business. We're working on our cards platform. I think the partnership with Apple is going to pay meaningful dividends for a long time.
Taiwan Semi.
Sky, we think it's a good business. And so we're going to give people a clearer view. There's more transparency.
Today's the 20th.
Maria, I mean, there have been some trimming of ambitions, I guess, in that business. There's some layoffs there, some concerns about, whether the Apple Card business is going to be
At 113, 113. I'm sorry, 1113. Right in here. Okay, so we're already dipping towards VWAP. 113. I said we'd reassess it at the close. I'm reassessing it. I'm just going to hold on to these. All right, SPY at the highs. I would take some profits off the table if you got SPY. We've come a long way today. Could drop on Monday. I'd rather bank the gains and reassess the markets on Monday. If it follows through, we can always buy high, sell higher. Taiwan Semi. All right, they're pulling this back now. Take some profits off in the strength. Don't let this go to waste.
Infrastructure and plumbing in place. Why not extend our brand into the consumer area? I just wonder if the way investors are selling off the stock today, it seems like perhaps an unnecessary complication to the overall business.
This made sense in the beginning. The idea of offering savings accounts, deposits, the benefits of that to the bank, that was clear cut, and I think still is clear cut. However,
Taiwan Semi. A little profit taking there.
Consumer banking and lending initiatives that the bank either actually executed on and implemented or was in the process of rolling out, but never actually came to me. Questions basically around how much is too much in a span of 5, 6 or so years. The cost associated with that. And at this point, quite frankly, the growing regulatory scrutiny.
Interesting. Anna Maria, appreciate you kind of telling us what you know from your story today. Anna Maria Andriotis of the Wall Street Journal. Let's check the markets. Dow continuing to click to new highs. Here we have the S&P 500 up 1.7%. Dow up almost 290. NASDAQ has been the leader, up 2.5% on the day. Still ahead, does Alphabet have what it takes to compete with ChatGPT? The company's reportedly asking founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin for help. We'll talk to an
about Alphabet's prospects in the emerging AI battle. And up next, the big picture of why this weekend marks a key test of China's economic reopening. We'll be right back.
Okay, SPY. Got some profit taking. All right. Okay, a little profit taking there, lasted about 8 minutes, looks like. We're going to bounce it again. We got plenty of time to do so. Sorry, I didn't realize it was on mute. I've been sitting here chattering away. All right, so Taiwan Semi continues to move higher. Taiwan Semi continuing higher. This is what Taiwan Semi looked like earlier today at around 11, 13, 11:15. As this was pulling back, I wanted it to buy these, the 90 call, all right, in the money. And Taiwan Semi looking pretty good going into the close. I'll swing these. And look for a follow through next week. It was a really good day today. Really good day. So much better. Google, what's Google doing? Google. Google. All right, that looks good. Google. Hello there. Hi. All right, so SPY continuation. All right, so frustrating the bears. Frustrating the bears. Meta continuation. I'll swing Meta shares into next week. Meta. All right, looks good. The way that was worded, I thought that we were talking about Grover. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, you know, that happens. We've only ejected 2 people since 2017. Okay. SPY continuation. Yeah, right. Yep. Looking really good. VIX is dropping off here. VIX is 1960. That was a good year, 1967. childhood was much nicer back in the 60s and 70s. Kids today have to deal with so much. I know most people are pretty um, done with the whole woke thing, you know? Nobody wants to work for a living. Nobody wants to work hard, you know, to get ahead. Everybody wants something for free. Nothing's for free. This whole woke thing, man, that's really getting me. That's really getting to me. Just have respect for people. I mean, why does everything have to be a freaking mission to Mars? Okay. Treat me with respect, I treat you with respect. That's pretty straightforward. Everybody has to be an activist these days. Anyway, has nothing to do with trading. Just watching Taiwan Semi and Spy at the High of the Day. And if you disagree, we're going to destroy you. I was talking to this 80-year-old lady at Sam Sneed's the other night. She was there with her husband from Maine, principal in the school, talking about how things have changed. Watching Spy here, I would take more profits off the table. Take more profits off the table. Yeah, do unto others, right? Mustard. Note there's a lot of good traders in the room, not just me. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So it looks good. Taiwan Semi looking for another breakout. Okay. All right, we're going to go again here. It looks like we have plenty of time. Plenty of time. Meta fading from the high back to 139. It's about 75 cents off the high, 70 cents off the high of the day so far. Meta, Nvidia hanging in there about 178. Netflix looks like it's going to push again. Netflix looking for a follow through. All right, so even if we don't manage to hold at the high here, I would love to see us hold at the high, but it's been a crazy day since early morning. Grover mentioning that he saw high relative volume on all the FANG stocks that were getting bought. We had a nice follow through. Many of them are near the highs of the session. So thanks for that, Grover. All right, more profit taking. All right, these are pulling back. Google's pulling back from the high. You have better re-entries probably. I wouldn't be buying anything the next 15 minutes, but people taking profits off the table. Yeah, I hear you. All right. Yeah, Meta, beautiful. Nice trend in Meta. Doing very well. All righty. Nice flag. I'd be taking some profits off the table. Thank you, money. All right, SPY looking really good here. Okay, SPY. This sucker's going to blow up. SPY's going to blow up. You watch. SPY's going to go boom, boom. Tesla. Nice move on Tesla. Tesla going there. Nice. Apple squeezing, pushing high. Everything is pushing higher now. Jeez. What a great week. We slumped midweek and came back for a nice follow through. End of week. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Okay. Let me take a look at Tesla. I really like what I'm seeing with Tesla. for next week. Probably going to buy, I don't know what I'll buy next week, whether it'll be option, probably options. I already have shares. I have shares from up here. Not really worried about those. Those are in the kids' accounts. Looking for Tesla to continue. I can sell premium around those shares anyway.
High tick alert plus 800.
We got a high tick alert. SPY pressing back up to the highs. This is the way I like to finish, the high of the day.
Search business. Joining us now is Oppenheimer. Of attention to cost discipline. They want to do many things in many different areas. They want it to be, the paternalistic employee against search results under the, whatever AI protocols. Because it seems like right now they're serving you up with stock in our universe. We rank probably Uber number one.
Alrighty. All right, so SPY back up to the highs. Tesla looks really great. Tesla. Going to be a winner. I got a feeling Tesla's going to be a winner.
Quite enough risk, enough exposure to the growth story. Maybe stepping down.
Tesla weekly.
Giving up his position.
Wow. Look at this market.
Where it's going to show up in a big way at the bottom line.
High tick alert plus 800.
It's pretty bad, but it's actually less bad than the headline might imply. But it's not being used yet. A couple weeks ago, there
Going back up. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this market go. Volume is like poured in. SPY.
Well, Mike, I think you have to make the distinction between large cap pharma and large cap biotech, and then kind of sexy smaller biotech. Large cap pharma and large cap tech are both actually somewhat defensive. Obviously,
Beautiful.
beta than pharma does, but they're both pretty defensive. Why? Because no matter what goes on, we all tend to get sick. It's very unfortunate, but it's really true.
Netflix, high of the day. Is that the high of the day, or we were higher earlier? Netflix. Netflix is high of the day, right? This is the high of the day. Netflix. Yeah, okay. So that's the high of the day. Netflix. No, 344 is the high of the day. Okay.
Really did get cheap valuations and essentially ended up looking like cash cows for a while there. Software, those stocks rallying today, leading the tech sector, but the group's still well off its highs, down nearly 30% from last February's peak. Mizuho, in a note today, seeing warning signs of a slowdown for some software companies, but saying stocks like ServiceNow show promise of long-term opportunity. ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott sat down with Sarah Eisen at Davos earlier this week and discussed his stock's performance.
There isn't a tech company that I'm aware of that has outpaced the S&P 500 in this particular downturn because there's been a move away from growth. So growth stocks had their multiples compressed. We're no exception to that, but our multiples are still the highest.
Look at SPY go. This is nuts. This is nuts.
Let's bring in Mizuho software analyst Greg Moskowitz. And Greg, we're all familiar with that dynamic.
All right, we're technically on a sell signal on Meta.
Valuations come in because of rates, because maybe they got a little too extended. Right now, though, as you sift among the potential winners and losers, where does it bring you in terms of the types of software players, I guess the kinds of end markets they serve? What do you like here and not like?
Thank you, Mike, for having me.
All right, we had a little dip there on Meta off the high, little sell signal. Just intraday. Still like the swing setup. All righty. Well, I hope everyone had a great week. It was a little hit or miss midweek. Most of you made money on the short side. Long SPY puts during the week. We dipped below the 60-minute 20 EMA. Whenever we dip below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame, you start thinking about shorts. When we get back above the 20 EMA, both the daily, the red line, and the 60-minute 20 EMA, the green line, start looking for longs. And we're going to close at the high of the day. SPY is going to close at the high of the day. 400 next week. All right, we got a nice move going here. Tesla looking forward to Tesla next week. Should be a good week for Tesla. Looking for the semis to perform. Like to see Taiwan Semi and NVIDIA follow through along with AMD. Tesla above the 20 EMA. Trending. That looks really good. Tesla for the follow through next week. Tesla's at the highs. At the highs of the day, Tesla. Taiwan Semi, looking for that to follow through. Taiwan Semi above the 20 EMA, 60-minute, and the 20 EMA daily, the red line. Looking for a follow through next week. NVIDIA, we'd like to see that continue. Netflix after earnings, Netflix still trending above the 20 EMA, gap back above. You can see that going into earnings, we were below the 20 EMA. Good reason to take profits off from previous swings. All right, Netflix continues this trend. In previous occasions, we had pushes higher that lasted several days. So I'm looking for this last several days next week. At least 3 or 4 days. 2 to 3 days at least. Look for that to follow through on the breakout. We broke above 332.72. 336 looks good on Netflix. Meta, of course. Meta looks great. Meta's trending. Broke above this range, following through. I really like the prospects on Meta for next week. Many of you are in it. Apple doing well. Apple's doing well. It's above the 21 day. Building bullish action, higher highs, higher lows. Looking for a push through the 50-day next week and a test of that 147, 148 level at the 200 day. Volume starting to sneak in. Looks good. All right, we got selling volume coming in here right now at the close. All right, folks. Everyone have a great weekend. The weekend video will be out on Sunday at around 2 p.m. As usual, the watch list will be out later Sunday night.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
I'll stay away from this shellfish so I don't get a late penalty on the watch list. All right, looking for a follow through. SPY. All right, so thanks for joining us today. Welcome to all the new members. And thanks for all the posts in the trading room. Really appreciate it. Rick, Paolo, Susie, Frano. Appreciate everything. Money Magic. Everything that you guys do. Yoda, thanks for everything. Mondo, as always, thank you for your posts. Mustard Seed, welcome to the new members. Cayman, thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone. Grover, Thank you for the post. Beagle, thank you. Have a safe weekend. Make sure you come back. All right, Brother Bill's long. Tesla, looking for a follow-through. Big surprise. Golf Mania. Corey, thank you. Everyone in the trading room that doesn't speak up during the day, welcome. Thank you for all your posts as well. Mikey, thanks for everything. Edmund, thank you. Have a great weekend, folks. Rick Lee Star, thanks for all your insight and options trading ideas. Cousin Benny, thank you. You schmuck, thanks for showing up today. Slacker. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Take care. Ciao.